Yo, hey Mixwell, hey Christian, good morning. Rubber, hello, how are you? Check it out, someone was so nice and they gave me another like 5 Galaxy Gem packs. So whoever that was, thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. I now have so many gems. I've never seen my gems be above like 20,000 before. And now it's at like 41,000. I don't know what to do with all this newfound wealth. What are the bet? I think we use death penalty as usual. Yeah. I think last tournament I used damage substats on my dimension core, but it didn't really do anything, so I'm not going to really bother with swapping out the substats. I guess we can just leave it as it is. Granted, I did do something stupid last tournament, which was I wrote in the double black hole substats and then it desynced with my Thunderbot. Should I test out the Poison Swarm substats, or should I not bother with it? I think we don't bother with it. Yeah, let's just leave it like this. Right, I need Pulsar Harvester. Pulsar Harvester is doing a lot of work for me. No, I'm thinking if I should do this, like OA in primary, or well, OA and Space Displacer versus ACP and OA and Space Displacer. So with the Orbital Augment, I think I get a lot of percent damage, and because enemy health is kind of muted towards the end, I think that might be good. So perhaps we try that today, should we? I would have to put this as the assist module and then Space Displacer as the primary module, which means that I can roll in a substat here, and that substat would have to be... See, the problem is that my wall rebuild is on my assist module, so I would need the wall rebuild over here. Right, so that means that I can't run with defense percent. Is there mass enforcement today? There is mass enforcement. Yeah, let's re-roll this for wall rebuild. My wall is going to get knocked off all the time, right? So let's get that in first. Yeah, and so I guess the title for today would be OA versus OA stroke ACP versus ACP SD. Yeah, so we're going to test out the armor subsets today. And mainly, I think in the earlier stages of the run, having more damage would be better. But towards the end of the run, my damage gets skilled so low. I'm not entirely convinced that the 25% or 25x damage from ACP is doing very much. The orbital augment would probably help. But then Space Displacer is good for the stuns, so I think I want to keep Space Displacer there. Plus I did get more inner landmine, so I'm at RM plus 4 now. I think not using Space Displacer just gives my damage a lot, as given how powerful the inner landmine damage is at the moment. And I noticed that there's the enemy attack speed battle condition. Last tournament I went all in my Thunderbolt Plus. However, the coverage was very low. I had the radius, but I didn't really have the consistency. So I think today what I would do is I would maybe lower the Thunderbolt Plus upgrade and go for a bit more duration. Since Thunderbolt Plus with Bot Plus is going to give me quite a lot of slow on the attack speed anyway, I would rather have more uptime than more slows. I think that would make sense. Jifas, hello, how are you? Good morning to you. The thing is whether or not I can get the substat, but we have a lot of reroll dice, so we can just hope that we get it. The shockwave frequency would help with just holding enemies back, and technically I don't need wall health and wall regen, but I might be using my Space Displacer for dissonant runs, so I should probably keep them. It's going to take a while to roll the substat, hey? Stuck at 3000 waves in tier 3 protectors don't die, and I don't have black hole yet. Yeah, that's normal, numb. Yeah, that's your first, you go through the tiers and then you end up finding that one specific enemy type is problematic for you, and then you have to figure out a counter for them. It sucks that you don't have black hole yet, but my suggestion would be don't bother about tier 3 for now. Just do whatever tier you can farm to, like I think 7,000-8,000 waves. That would be good. Because I'm pretty sure you don't have any card masteries at this stage, so yeah. Maybe tier 1 is still the most like optimal for you. And eventually when you get your black hole, then protectors become less dangerous. Yeah, if you can get to tier 9,000 waves in tier 1, I would just do tier 1 for now. Until you get your black hole. And then once you have your percent damage, you would be able to... there we go, we got the wall rebuild. Once you get your percent damage, protectors become less dangerous, and then you can deal with them better. Okay, so we're done with this. Now let's do the bot respec. Let's see. I don't really want to gimp my damage too much. So let me think of a good split. Now clearly we want a good cooldown. Now what are my bot sizes? So it's usually 78 meters for bot, but I think we can gimp it to, so I'll be using 60 meter range. Yeah, 48 to 60 meter range. So if I switch to my tournament setup is currently at 43.5. Bot distance is going to be 78. Okay, so I think we bring the bot radius to about 70 meters. Yeah, 69 is a good number. Would it be a bit too small? Tough to say. $70. It's still cheap at this stage, so I guess we just have the M bot slightly bigger than bot, I guess. We want max cooldown. The bonus 15.5 is the max, right? So okay, let's keep it at 12.7 for now. Max this out. Duration, let's bring it up to 40 seconds. .25. Okay, now for my Thunderbot, I also want a bit of range on this. Let's say 70 meters. We bring the attack speed slow to about 20% for now, and then I bring this up 11 seconds. 11 seconds. I mean, we still have a lot of medals. I think this would be enough. Maybe a bit more range. Let's do 80. Now I get more bonus. Okay, we max out the bonus. I think let's get more range. And we can get one more click into something. I think maybe the attack speed slow. Yeah, okay, so this would be the setup that I'll be using for my modules. We gimped a bit of range on MBot and BotBot from last tournament. But for that, and we gimped a bit of attack speed, but now we have a bit more duration in our Thunderbot, which I think helps with the consistency. Previously it was like what, 5 seconds on a 50 seconds cooldown, so there was 10% uptime. Now it's more than like 20%. The hope is that, you know, it would target overcharge more consistently. And even though we get lower attack speed slow, it should be fine when it's coupled with bot bot. Okay, Num says, yeah, no OA yet either. No other percent damage I can get yet, right? Yeah, I don't think so. It's, you know, I haven't, it's been a very long time since I was at tier 3, so I probably wouldn't be the best person to give you advice on that. Christian, you hope that I get demoted. You're horrible. You're horrible. You know what? Now that I've got gems, I can flex on you, Christian. Let's gem rush this. Oh, we're done with this. Oh, let's gem rush the tank ultimate. Oh, we're done with that as well. What should I put in? You know what? Boss ultimate sounds good. Let's put boss health for now. I think, yeah. I'm not going to gem rush this, but I still haven't decided what labs I should put in. I think those two labs will be good. It's percent damage on the boss's health, which would be better than... Oh yeah, I need to do this generator substat lab. Assist module substats for arm. I mean, all of this I need to do them as well. But these labs are long, and comparatively these labs are fast. So even if I brought this to like level 5 or something, I think it helps with farm runs. So let's just leave it there for now. Yeah, let's leave it there for now. Wait, do starter cash, etc. Yeah, S mods are good, Kristen. I'm just thinking about the time taken to complete them. So right now in my farm runs, like in the previous one I died to a boss. It's not always the case, like mostly it's overcharged, but every now and then I die to a weird enemy type. There, like boss once again. So I think having a bit more reduction on the boss shield and boss health would help a bit. But I do think that the best thing to do is get more ELS to deal with that problem, right? I can get another like 0.24% ELS by completing this lab. 0.24% ELS is quite a lot of ELS. Okay, let's put this lab in. Boss ultimate and this, and when boss ultimate gets to like level 4, level 5, I will swap it out for the boss health and or something else. Yeah, okay. Now, respec. I don't need to respec anymore. I need to worry about my shockwave size. What shockwave size do I need? If it's okay, so if I max it out, it's at 1.6 for now. That works with 43.5, and then later on in the run I can just add some stuff there. Okay. Why am I so broke? Oh right. A part of that SS went to this dissonant echo lab. Should I swap that out? I can get 3S of coin. If I swap that out, yeah, I get 6S of coin, which helps, I guess. So let's first get this up 100 levels. I think we can do like 10. Not that it would make much difference, I don't think. I'm probably just going to get one shot by enemies anyway. Let's get another 10 here. Yeah, okay. Can I get any more? Landmine damage would be good, I guess. Yeah, okay. So I'm done with my enhancements. I am done with my modules. I'm done with my bots, my guardian. So we go attack and ally. And I think everything is done. Okay, let me inform the guild and then we start with the tournament. I hope joining joining at the start of the tournament is probably very dangerous. We'll probably get like a ghetto or a greenie inside our bracket. But it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's hope for a good bracket. Hope for a good bracket. We bring the orbs in. I will swap the do the range thing later on. Now I need to do the micro for my black hole. Okay. So we turn off the Thunderbolt. Black hole is 37, so at 13 I'm going to pause the game. Okay, 13 seconds. Black hole is just about to fall off. Oops. Turn on this thing. So we're gonna have 1 second of like CC downtime. I think that's fine. Now that I think back about it, I should have just used I should have gotten like an extra second into my Thunderbolt. That way it would be like permanent. Ah, damn it. I forgot my cards. I'm using farming set. Ah, damn it. I did a double check, guys, and then I still messed it up. Oh, okay, bracket is full. Shit. Ah, damn it. What an idiot. Okay. Tournament. You know, we see the bracket at 1800. Okay, let's go. Oh, we completed 3 tournaments. I guess that's one way to complete that mission. Just messing up your setup all the time. Can I get anything else with this 100? Nah. Okay. Yeah. So if I had gotten 2 clicks in here earlier, then I would have sort of like a permanent CC. So now I need to redo that bot thing again. Ah, damn it. Slow the game speed down at 13 seconds. Okay, and then we put in Thunderbolt here, and then we go. Okay, we can have some time doing the Death Wave mission this way, I guess. Let me get caught up with the chat. Christian says, S-Mods is always good. Wait, why am I helping? Do starter cash, etc. EOS is good, so I should love interest. No, hello, how are you? It is that time again where we are doing tournaments. Am I not done with Workshop Plus? No, Christian, I'm not. I'm still at like a 80-ish lifetime coin. 87 as lifetime coin. I think you need like triple digits to be done with Workshop Plus. Appa, hello, how are you? Ultimate Weapon Plus. What about Ultimate Weapon Plus? I don't understand the question. Rob, hello, how are you? And thank you very much for using the creator code. Every bit of support helps. So thank you very much for that. Rubber says Greeny already went. Yeah, Greeny typically just goes in the first bracket, I guess. Marcus, it's been a month or so since I've been in a live, up to 4 trillion lifetime coin now. When do I unlock wall? Farming tier 6 to 6,500 for about 400 billion. Okay, Marcus, so I can't give you advice on that because you know, when the wall was introduced in the game, I just unlocked it on the day it came out, and then I found out that people say that it would mess up with your coin because of overheat and stuff, but I never really bothered with it. You know, me giving advice about efficiency is not, it's not really that informative because I don't use any spreadsheets and stuff. I'm sure there are guides out there on when you should unlock your wall. If you ask me, I wouldn't give a crap about when I unlocked my wall. You're able to unlock it, you just unlock it, and even if it messes up with your coin income for like 1 or 2 days, eventually your coin income will be caught up once again. So I wouldn't bother too much about micro decisions like this. But then again, yeah, so apparently people have been saying that I've been giving really bad advice, so I probably should just hold off on giving anyone any advice from now on. Right? See, Christian over here is grumbling in the chat. Rob, I did 2 farming runs today with a card setup to beat the ILM kills mission. There's an ILM kill mission? Where? Oh, you mean the workshop landmines mission? I think those things just get completed as you play the game. It probably wouldn't. I don't really pay attention to the missions. They just auto complete. No, same old, different story. Same old, different day. What about you? Yeah, I just woke up though. My brain is still like, you can probably hear it in my voice. I'm typically very slow when I'm thinking about things. Today it's extra slow because I just woke up. I'm still drinking my coffee. Doesn't feel the same though without the sirens. Oh man, it's winter now. I moved into this other room that is far from the window. I think it's saving on my heating bills because I don't have to use the radiator anymore. I'm far away enough from the window and the room is small enough that I can just you know, not not use the heater and stay warm. I shouldn't listen to this noob. He will tell you to do boom boom, etc. Okay, Kristen, when to unlock? Hey, don't insult the boom boom, Kristen. You're just jealous. Oh, by the way, so guys, we are at ILM plus 4 today, and damage at 293x. The plan was to bring damage to 597. And ILM plus 4. So we are done with the ILM plus. We just need to bring the damage up to 597x. Why 597x? So that it's exactly the same as my poison swamp. You know, ILM, as you can see, I haven't worked on the cooldown. The quantity is still not gold boxed, but really all I'm using it for is just stunning enemies and doing damage at this stage. So I don't care too much about the cooldown stuff and the quantity stuff. I probably should, and it's gonna come back and bite me at some point, but you know, for one, it annoys Zevon that I don't have this go box, and I'm sure it annoys other people as well. So why not? And cooldown, I don't see a point for it just yet, because I'm not using like a max ILM quantity around my tower. And yeah, it's the same for all my ultimate weapons, you know. Duration is two clicks off for Poison Swamp. Black Hole duration, 1 click off from Go Box as well. GT duration, 1 click off from Go Box as well. Smart Missile quantity, 1 click off from Go Box. I have a lot of 1 click remaining. But that is fine, you know. I don't think the last click is going to affect too much. The only thing that we really need permanent is Chrono Field, probably. Everything else we can kind of get away with having slightly less than, you know. Let me just double check that my black hole is in good shape. So when my black hole drops, Thunderbolt comes up instantly, so we get the stun that way. That is good. When that used to be the tactic. What was the tactic? Oh right, okay. So if you unlock the wall and you start labbing the labs, and then you respec out of it, you can get the wall labs done, but then you don't have to use the wall. Honestly, it's just too much work for very little benefit, you know, to me. But yeah, I guess, Marcus, that would be the proper advice. We forgot about something, Christian. What did we forget about? Dr. Trashback, hello, how are you? It's been a while. GFAS, I currently have 1 second downtime on my black hole in tournament. Is it worth running G-Comb? Or can I get away with Pulsar Harvester? I am using Pulsar Harvester now. We might take chip damage. I would probably take chip damage, but then I don't think it's a big deal. The Pulsar Harvester towards the end of the tournaments deals a lot of work. Way more than the benefits that GCOM provides for me at where I'm currently at. You know, the level reductions, like 100 level reductions in the boss health at the end of my tournament is doing something like 85-87% of the boss's health, or of the enemy's health. So I don't think G-Comp would be able to make up for that. It's really good. What was we doing this tournament thing now? What were we supposed to... Oh, we were supposed to do a tournament together. Oh. No, but JP was supposed to host it, Christian. Wasn't he? He was supposed to host it. Because there's no way my bandwidth can support going on Discord in a live chat and being able to stream. And the second thing is, remember, I did try it before and I couldn't figure out how to get my how to set it up properly. So we need JP for that. Oh, damn it. Another day goes by where I'm unable to get beaten by you, Kristen. Don't you feel sad? Marilyn, hello, how are you? Good luck with your tournament as well. And to everyone in the chat, good luck with your tournament. Now, because I have found some newfound wealth and I now have a lot of gems, I don't know where to spend my gems. I guess the proper thing to do would be to hold off until the update comes along. And then thereafter, I think I'm going to try to get some modules. I need to get Orbital Augment to 3-star. As we saw earlier, I can't use it as my primary because I'm lacking the 241 substat. Sharp Fortitude, I think is almost done. It's at 4-star now, so I wouldn't mind getting that gold box. Same for Negative Mass Projector. Restorative bonus, I think I should pull until I get an Ancestral copy. Primordial Collapse, I need it. I need another star on it as well. Again, it's the same issue. It's at 2-star currently. So I think I might have to use a couple of thousand gems pulling modules just to get some extra stars there. Kristen says, I was so ready to beat you with my farming setup live on stream, just so everyone knows how much of a noob you are. Yeah, max my modules. Kristen, you're getting a bit cocky today. I need to put you in a timeout. Yeah, Rabba, I should max my modules, right? I think that's the plan. Yeah, we have let's pull some modules now. Middle of tournament, pull modules. Sounds like a come on. Purples, no purples. Don't show this message again. Come, okay. So we got. Does this mean I get it 5-star? Okay. Ancestral 5-star on the Negative Mass Projector, right? One down. I hardly ever use the Negative Mass Projector, but that's good. Nothing here. Okay. Let's save the remainder. Well, we knocked one out of the park. That was pretty easy. So now my Negative Mass Projector is done. 1, 2, so Sharp Fortitude, Orbital, 3 for Restorative, Magnetic Hook, and Primordial Collapse. 5 more modules to I guess 5-star them. Nice. Xenomorph, how's the bracket looking today? We'll check the bracket at 1800. The battle conditions for today are, I think it's pretty hard. Enemy attack speed will be tough to deal with. Plasma cannon resistance and boss ultimate just means that bosses are going to be a bit problematic. So that's why I think I need the Space Displacer for today. And tank ultimate is just going to be a problem for us towards the end of the run. There's just going to be a lot of enemies. I'm guessing that I should put range enemies slightly further up. Something like this. And the hope is that Death Ray gets rid of most of them. But there's also mass enforcement today, so it's rough. Yeah. So I guess we should start a poll. Predictions for what would do better. For predict which setup does better. Okay, so OA and SD or ACP. ACP and SD. Guys, if you guys would like to vote on that, then we can see which setup you guys think would do better. My guess is that the ACP damage is still going to matter. If I'm lucky, I think the OA damage is going to matter later on in the run, but getting there, I might not have enough damage just from not having ACP, so I might die early. But assuming like damage was not an issue, I think the ACP would do worse if damage was not an issue. The main thing is just being able to kill like the tanks off and stuff later on in the run. Especially since when damage gets scaled down so much, having a bit of percent damage would help quite a lot. Jifa says the better odds for OA now. Dr. Trashback. Yeah, someone was really nice yesterday. They gave me like 5 Galaxy Gem Packs. I didn't know who it was. I just, I was out for dinner and then I wanted to come home and like collect my gems, and then I unlocked my laptop and I saw like, oh, the game had like, some that gem screen there, and I was like, oh, someone just gave me some gems. So whoever that was, thank you very much for that. That's really, really kind of you. DB Cooper says ACP is just too strong. Yeah. Use ACP and OA. Yeah, but Christian, I've got IOM plus 4 now. I don't want to use ACP and OA. I want to play with the SD. And I think the Space Displacer would help out a lot today. Mainly just because of mass enforcement. Yeah, with mass enforcement, having a bit more time to deal damage, I think helps a lot. Otherwise, one commander comes along and then, everything just face plants themselves on my wall. Must be nice being a sugar baby. Yeah. It is nice. Everyone likes things for free. I get so excited when I go to the office and I get free coffee because there's a coffee machine in the office. There's an espresso machine, those industrial ones in the common room, in the staff lounge. And I have like 2 cups a day of coffee. Once when I go to the office and then once after lunch. DB Cooper, yeah, currently it's 43.5, but I'm going to increase the range to about 60 meters later on. Why 60 meters? Because of tank ultimate. I just need a bit more range. But I'm not going to increase it until we get to the point where tanks are starting to come in really close to my tower, because that's when my inner landmines will start exploding all the time. Right now, if I increase the range, the enemies are not going to enter and get stunned by my inner landmines very frequently. And so when an overcharge just comes along, it's going to sit around for a while. Whereas if my inner landmines are constantly going off, it's going to get me some lucky stuns on the overcharge, and hopefully that saves me a little bit. Okay, let's see the bracket. We are at 1800 now. Let's see. Okay, August is fine. This guy's fine. This guy's fine. Wait. These guys are not out of intro sprint. Rose. Okay, this is fine. This guy, okay. Okay. Things are looking good. Okay. Guys, did I get a good bracket again? Oh boy. I don't think there's any... Yeah, I think we got a good bracket again. Oh, this is nice. You know something very annoying, guys? After the last tournament, let me show you this. Look at this, 99 keys. I need 100 for an upgrade. I got 99 keys. That's so annoying. I'm lacking 1 key. But I think we got a good bracket today. That's awesome. That makes sense. Getting the correct range with Space Displacer is everything needs to be close enough to have inner landmines going off all the time, but enough to be safe. Someone in my last bracket got 2,500 waves and only had like 100 waves completed in tier 21. Guy needed to do some milestones. I think maybe he's just waiting to... He should be able to complete tier 21 by now. 2,500 waves in tournament is quite high. Yeah, he probably needs to complete his tier 21, hey. Let's hope that there is none of those people in my bracket. And I'm interested to see across the 2 runs how my inner landmine damage fares. IOM plus 4, a lot of damage. I saw this post, was it Casey who sent me that screenshot? Let me just find that screenshot and then paste it in the chat. Save image. Okay, so this was what Casey sent me. It was a discussion on what is being affected by MBOT Plus. So after our investigation, Echoing Shot is functioning as intended. It was designed to boost smart missiles. Inner landmine is actually a bug that became a feature. So if anything, if they revert the bug, inner landmine is going to suffer a damage or take a damage hit if they were to fix that. I don't know if they would, because now they say that the bug has become a feature. If it's a feature, then inner landmine should be doing a lot of damage. And it's probably going to remain in the meta. However, chain lightning damage does not get buffed from MBOT Plus. Chain lightning chance is boosted by it, but that does max at 100%. So I'm guessing what they're saying is that let's say my chain lightning chance is at 42.5%. Let me pull up my calculator. So if I'm at 42.5% and MBOT Plus is boosting it by 3x, right, times 3, that would be 127.5% of chain lightning, but then it max at 100%. Why times 3? Because MBOT Plus is a factor of 12, but then ultimate weapons are boosted by a factor of 1/3. So I think that's how they did the calculations. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to me. I think Chain Lightning Plus is going to be buffed by Bot Plus, right? That seems like a more logical computation. But they are not open about, or I guess they are not precise enough about how they are doing these calculations. So it's hard to say. In any case, they're going to update the description to specifically name which ultimate weapons are affected, and will be more detailed with descriptions like this going forward. Okay. I mean, someone here, I don't know this person. What about everyone who purchased this the understanding it function on Chain Lightning? Based on the description, feels kind of crappy that IOM, which is clearly not a projectile, gets to accidentally benefit from it, but Chain Lightning does not. It's incredibly odd and frustrating that it was only supposed to work on smart missiles. Why state ultimate weapon instead of just smart missile? Feels like a bait and switch. I can see your frustration, but then, you know, maybe because I have invested in smart missiles, I think that's a good change. You know, given how low smart missile damage is relative to all the other ultimate weapons, and how strong Chain Lightning is, I don't think MBOT Plus should buff Chain Lightning damage any further. Because then what? Chain Lightning is going to have everything, right? It's going to have damage boosted by projectiles, damage boosted by MBOT Plus, and percent damage. Then what about the other ultimate weapons? Everyone is just going to be a one-trick pony. I know Inner Landmine was a bug that we left on. It wasn't supposed to be included, but it worked well for y'all, so that one lived. But let me check. I think if it wasn't meant to be included, they should just reduce IOM damage. But that's just me. I honestly wouldn't mind. Granted, I have invested into IOM damage. If they nerfed IOM damage because it was not meant to work as intended, I wouldn't be upset that I had invested into my IOM Plus. In fact, I would be happier because there are a bunch of people who would have invested way more into IOM than I did. And I'm glad that I invested into smart missiles. I thought echoing shot was increasing quantity, not chance. Yeah, so DB Cooper, that was, I think that was the issue, right? Like everyone is annoyed about, like, you in Chinese there is this saying, okay, there is this saying in Mandarin, and the saying is that you go to this shop, okay, and the shop, they are hanging a goat's head in front of the shop, like the butcher, right? But what they are selling is dog's meat, right? So it's exactly the same thing. They are not being very, I guess, transparent or clear about what is actually happening with the MBOT Plus, and perhaps they don't even know what's happening at this stage because the code is quite spaghettified. But if they have been doing their testing, and I'm sure they will update the description to be something that is more understandable. So I don't understand how echoing shot, as you mentioned, which is supposed to buff something about quantity, is going to end up buffing chance, and how that calculation is being done. It does not make sense to me. Greeny, hello, how are you? Interested to see the results of my testing? Yeah, I'm interested to see that as well. I hope OASD would work better than ACPSD, but the 25x damage multiplier is very significant. My only saving grace is that towards the end of the run, my damage is going to get scaled down so low that percent damage would be better, but we shall see. DB Cooper says, I think Echoing Shot was half cooked. They had an idea of what it wanted to do, and the description is a mess. Yeah, I agree, DB Cooper. You know, I think the buff to smart missiles is needed. However, the problem is that even with this buff, your smart missiles are not smart. They are not firing based on your target priority, and they're just going to whatever enemy is like closest at that point of time. If they can address this change, I think smart missiles will be in a very good spot. And specifically, it's because you see, inner landmines has a huge explosion radius. Smart missiles does not have that. So inner landmines is going to benefit from amplification way more than smart missiles would. In addition to that, smart missiles are very expensive to lab or to upgrade, and much more so than inner landmines. But it's okay if you don't have the AOE from smart missiles. That is fine, but you need to be able to let them target or funnel all of that damage from the amplification into a specific enemy type for it to be comparable with inner landmines. If they can't do that, then it's very, very difficult for anyone to want to justify using smart missiles. And specifically, the issue is like when a fleet comes, because smart missiles are just firing off randomly, it only really targets saboteurs when saboteurs arrive. But we don't really need to worry about saboteurs. The main things that need to die quickly are commanders and overcharge, and smart missiles is not able to target them and funnel. Well, smart missiles is able to target them, but it cannot funnel its damage into them, and that to me is the major problem. Um, 100 bases just came out now. I was waiting for you to try OASD for a while. Yeah, we are doing it right now. So I hope this test today would be I guess useful for some people. For me, I'm very excited about this test. It's been a while, and whichever one is better, I think the next test would have to be between ACP OA and whichever is the better of the two today. Yeah, Maxwell, exactly. Smart missiles should be smart. They should not be dumb missiles. Greeny says IOM is too good right now. Yeah, IOM is very strong at the moment. Mainly because of the bug feature. But I got IOM +4. If I remember correctly, Greeny, you have already developed your IOM beforehand, so it's already in a very good spot. I did see in my guild chat that some people were saying that they have almost go box their smart missiles, and IOM is like +4, 200x damage or something, and even in tournaments it's doing way more damage than all the other ultimate weapons. So balancing is not good at this stage. Another thing is that the chrono jump amplifies inner landmine damage more than smart missile amplification has. More than smart missile amplification does. So we do need a bit of buff to smart missile. You get a smaller radius, you get less amplification. The only thing that you could potentially have is that you can constantly fire, and if you can funnel that onto one enemy, it would be good. With tank ultimate battle condition, the buff tanks hit my regular and landmines. I can see insane damage, even when I'm missing a few important pieces for an ILM build. Yeah. Do I think there might be a possibility of a debuff? You mean like a nerf to an ultimate weapon? I wouldn't be surprised if they nerfed inner landmine damage. I think what's more likely to happen is that they would buff poison swamp damage. But I do think that let's say they buff poison swamp damage, one of two things is going to happen. They are either going to over buff poison swamp damage, and poison swamp becomes the new ILM, in which case I don't think that would be a good thing, because poison swamp is meant to do damage over time and slowly whittle down the enemies. If they were to buff the damage so high that poison swamp does more damage than inner landmines, which does very bursty AoE damage, then everyone is just going to go ham into poison swamp. Now if that does not happen, then the poison swamp is probably going to be buffed in terms of its damage, such that its damage throughput is comparable with the other ultimate weapons. However, when that happens, poison swamp still does not address the major issue that we have, which is dealing with fleets. Because of how commanders, like I guess, overheal the enemies or something, the enemies are still taking a very long time to die, which, by the time that ILM plus ramp actually makes an impact, mass enforcement has already kicked in and we are already getting slammed by the enemies, so no benefit there. The second thing is also, with overcharge you need quick damage. You can't have ramping damage to deal with overcharge. So I don't know how useful a buff to poison swamp damage would be for dealing with my difficulty. But perhaps if you are in the earlier stages of progression, or if you just need more damage throughput, then I think poison swamp would be good for that. I'm really curious if SDOA works better than ACP there. That would be the best of both worlds. Yeah, DB Cooper. So let's see. Right now, just based on this, I can see that enemies are actually taking a lot longer to die. I might, there might be a world where a commander comes and it buffs a vampire and I just can't kill the vampire because I lack the ACP damage, and perhaps vampires would be my downfall today. But we shall see. Rob, hello, how are you? Did I see the tower Discord? Sam confirmed that M+ was intended as smart missile buff, and it working with originally. Yeah, so we were just discussing that, Rob. I would be personally very happy if they reverted the bug away, treat it like a bug. It's not meant to be as intended, so make it as intended. It's going to piss people off in the community if they had invested into ILM. But then, you know, it's good for me because I comparatively invested more into smart missiles. And to me, based on the build that I want to play, which is like the boom boom build, right? The inner landmines is there to hold the enemies away from my tower for a longer period of time so that I can get more smart missile amplification. So that change wouldn't really, you know, piss me off very much. I would still be happy. Poison Swarm should just get fleets or rays added to Rend. That would be nice. That would be nice. The Rend damage, you know, it's to whittle down enemies. If they buff Poison Swamp and they allowed it to whittle down enemies with just more damage, I think that is fine. But what they should not do would be to make Poison Swamp do more damage than, say, Inner Landmines currently. Because that means that damage over time is going to do more than a short bursty ultimate weapon, which can only mean that the tick rate of Poison Swamp is so insane and everyone is just going to go into Poison Swamp. Greenie would probably be very happy with that. His second account is a Poison Swamp account. And I think in your primary account you already have very developed Poison Swamp anyway, right, Greenie? Can you imagine if the enemy enters Greenie's Poison Swamp and then it just dies instantly? Poison Swamp still has really good crowd control, even if its damage is weaker, it's fine. Smart Missile only does damage. If it has weak damage, the ultimate weapon is basically there to just look pretty. I know, right? It looks so pretty, Rubber. This is, yeah, my account is the definition of pretty privilege, right? Smart Missile does nothing, but it's okay, you look pretty. I will invest in you. Maybe Poison Swamp can get a lab that affects the commander buff. Maybe we can just have a lab that you know that does that. We don't need Poison Swamp for that. To be fair, they are very vague about what the hell a commander actually does. Does it regen the enemy's health so fast that my ops can't kill the enemies, or does it give them a shield such that my ops can't kill them? Because on one hand, like let's say we don't have op resistance today, right? We don't have op resistance, we don't have death ray resistance. When a commander comes and tank ultimate is not active, it zaps away all the tanks. However, a buff tank, when my ops go through it and tank ultimate is not active, the buff tank does not die. So I don't understand what the difference is there. That actually would make sense, like a commander lost in the swamp and get command his troops. Turns into a dumb officer. Commander got affected by brain rot. Lost in swamp and can't command. Wait, Greenie, so okay, if the commander gives enemies infinitely stacking over health, why is it that Death Ray can just one-tap them, whereas orbs can't? Orbs are supposed to one-shot the enemies as well. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe my ops actually just start like removing their health, and then the Death Ray finally comes along and finishes them off. Unless there is a difference in the description. So orbs. It doesn't say what orbs does. Okay. If there's any battle condition for either one, it will do a percentage of their health, which doesn't count for the over health. It will kill them in one hit no matter what. Okay. Okay, so I am mistaken. Percent damage still gets them. Yeah, I think percent damage would still get enemies. But I have noticed it a few times, like, you know, the commander comes along and with its bunch of tanks, and then my orbs don't one-shot the enemies. Whereas like Death Ray just goes by and then everything just vaporizes. By the way, we should check out the damage now. I'm interested to see the damage breakdown. Oh no, look at my chain lightning. doing the lowest damage at this stage. Excluding Poison Swamp. Poison Swamp needs a buff, right? Needs a damage buff. We established that. My poor chain lightning. Doing less than electron damage. Orbs are still doing more damage than electrons at this stage, but I think eventually electrons would be the highest damage. Death Ray and Orbs are very comparable in their damage at this stage. So nice. OA is one of the only things in the game that accounts for overhealth. Yeah, because OA's description is it deals reducing, well, exponential decay on the remaining health of the enemy. Does attack chip account for lost overhealth? I don't know about that, Rob, but my understanding is that attack chip cannot currently target the fleets. So it's good for elites, but not so much for fleets. Matt, you have 12k gems now. You need 2 more for OA. Now, Matt, the question is whether or not your S mod for armor is beyond epic. If it isn't, what I would personally do would be ACP primary space displacer assist. You can still get very efficient uptime on your space displacer mines that way. But if it's beyond epic, then depends on how much you need percent damage. You know, later on in the tier, later on in the run, my damage is going to get scaled down to like 5Q or something like that. And enemy health is going to be very high, so that's why I need sources of percent damage. But early on in Legends, this damage is not going to be scaled down very much, so raw damage might still be viable. It's ancestral. Okay, if it's ancestral, then go for it, man. I miss the days where Interest Sprint Plus was enough to win the bracket. Yeah, I agree. What wave would I say it matters? Getting to around 1.5k waves in Legends. So, Matt, here's the thing, right? If I can have 5Q damage and survive into close to wave like 2900 to, you know, thereabouts. What that really means is that we only need 5Q of damage to get to wave 2.9k. Because enemies have more and more health, and we deal less and less damage, so it's only the final numbers that actually matter, right? Which means that at the start of Legends, you gave me like 70, 80Q of damage. It really does not mean anything. So, you know, I wouldn't say what wave it would matter. The more important question is like, well, of course, if you have more damage, you can go further. It would be nice if I got to wave 2.9k and I still had 10Q of damage. That means that I kill enemies a lot faster. But we don't necessarily need that much damage to do very well. Which is why I think the overheat mechanic is just the dumbest thing ever. I would very much rather the developers just do a stat squish, such that Greenie starts doing. Let's give Greenie like 1 million damage, okay? So Greenie's damage throughput is 1 million. And everyone is skilled relative to Greenie. You know, so people in the lower tiers, they are still going to do like, you know, 100 damage, 200 damage, that kind of thing, relative to Greenie's 1 million. But everyone's numbers are more compressed. And if they compress the numbers, it's going to make damage a lot more relevant. And they need to nerf percent damage as well. Yeah. So they adjust the scaling of all of these damage multipliers down and squish the stats down such that everyone's damage is more compressed, and they can do away without the overheat and stuff. Right, so you're getting 4Q damage. It's probably good enough, you know. The damage is enough. It's just after wave 1500 in Legends, that 4Q is going to continuously get reduced, and that's a very like disappointing feature of this whole stat squish thing. I can see why they have to do it, because if they don't squish our damage down, we are basically at a point now where people are going to get to, you know, let's say they didn't have that ELS nerf and they bumped our damage up so high. I think by now I would be close to like 7,000-8,000 waves in tournaments, which is just dumb. It's going to be really dumb. So my if I could have any sway in this game, what I would do is I would do a stat squish this number down to like millions at max, and everyone just you know, we bell curve Greenie at 1 million, and then everyone is according to where Greenie is. And wave attack, wave health is going to scale up at a much slower number, but because our damage throughput is a lot lower, the wave count can sort of be preserved, right? It's just a transformation. Casey, you know, hello. Thank God I'm not in charge, right? You like to see big number. I get that, except that the big number is getting squished down, and this is more annoying to see than getting the stat squished to me. Because at the end of our runs, our damage is so low. You know, it would be nice if we see this damage continuously go up as we play the game, not continuously go down as we play the game. So I think the stat squish accomplishes that. The second thing they need to do is they need to nerf percent damage to, I guess, at max do like 50% of the enemy's health from all sources of percent damage. Something like that. And then that would make damage more relevant once again. And when damage is more relevant, it makes sense for us to stack damage multipliers. Koyo, hello, how are you? Nerf those EHPs. Hey, I think everyone is hybrid nowadays, Casey. If you're... Oh shit, I took a hit there. Okay, we got rid of that. That overcharge took out 2 of our energy shields. This is actually problematic because we are only at 2.2k health. 2.2k waves in, and that overcharge was already causing us a bit of issue. Let's hope this does not become a big deal later on. Maybe we were just unlucky with the Thunderbolt. I am doing good, Koyao. And tournaments, just doing tournaments at this stage. No. Yeah. So I don't know what needs to be nerfed about EHP. I think the gameplay for everyone should not be one-dimensional, right? It wouldn't make sense for me to just focus exclusively on damage. It also does not make sense to me that someone just focuses exclusively on not having any damage to progress in waves. You should just build a well-rounded tower. So that's why I think everyone is hybrid these days. Make all percent damage based off current HP rather than max HP. Just like OA. And you would still need damage. Yeah, so one of the things about percent damage that they could do is it could be exponential decay. Which eventually requires us to deal damage. And I think percent damage should never be an option to kill enemies. That would be a nice change. I don't have the stones for it at the moment because I'm working on Perma Chronophil, but what damage cut mastery would I suggest to buy first? Well, damage super tower or demon mode masteries. I will get damage first, honestly. It's the lowest multiplier, but it's the most consistent. Super Tower Mastery, you need it to be close to max before it works well. Rob says, I mean if you nerf percent damage, EHP is fine or even underpowered. Well, so the point, Rob, that I'm trying to make is that the game should be such that we need a specific step to deal with a certain mechanic in this game, and you should have a tower that is able to deal with all sorts of different problems. Right now the problem is that in my mind, even if we max out our dissonance and everything, EHP cannot tank enemies past like wave 3000, right? So all that EHP that you have past wave 3000, because of your health being scaled down, again from overheat being annoying, you can't survive overcharge hits. And to me that's a problem. The better alternative that I would think is we just don't scale down the damage and the health of individuals, but we make it such that if you wanted to use an EHP build without any damage, you are going to do worse than someone who's having the same amount of EHP and has damage. So you can both tank enemies up to a certain wave, but of course you need damage to kill enemies, and I think that would make the gameplay experience more enjoyable, because you can't just pigeonhole yourself into something. DB Cooper, does EHP go to 0 at wave 3000 or so? It seems like it's better to go full glass cannon. I think this stat here, the health stat, is going to go to something very close to 0, around 3000 waves. But Greeny would probably be better to answer that question. The thing is, when this thing goes to 0, even if you had like 98% defense, overcharge is just going to one-tap your wall. So based on that, there is no point in... If you can survive to wave 3000, then there is no point in getting any EHP at all. And thereafter, after wave 3000-ish, your damage is also going to go down to 0. And when it goes down to 0, you only need to rely on percent damage to deal with enemies. And how far you get really just depends on how lucky you are with your death defies and stuff. I don't have the econ yet to max any card masteries. Oh, if you don't have the econ for that, I think focus on your econ, Koyao. You want it, it wouldn't be the worst idea to unlock RPC mastery, but unlocking, you know how bad it feels when you unlock an ultimate weapon and you don't upgrade it, right? It's like a waste of stones. It's exactly the same with card masteries. If you unlock the card mastery but you can't lab it, then you are not getting the full benefit of the thing that you spend stones to unlock. So if you can't afford your card mastery labs, then get the econ first. And yeah, EHP becomes unusable around 2950, but the levels actually run out at 3000. Okay, yeah, I am close to the 2950 region. I can't remember what wave count I got to last tournament. Where is it? Oh, I can't even see my man. Oh, there, 2882. 2882. Maybe today we can get to 2900. Maybe. And okay, now that my you know what, let's do that at around 2500. Around 2500 I will change my range. I will bring it up to 60 meters. Oh snap, I summoned Greeny. No, Greeny decided to appear, grace us with his presence. I have RPC, it's my only mastery. I make around 45 trillion power. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if I were you, Korea, I would just focus on the econ. But, you know, it depends on what you want to do, right? If you want to do better in tournaments, then you're going to do a lot of very inefficient things. I would rather just have a solid foundation first and then worry about all the other stuff, you know. If you have a solid foundation, all of the other stuff comes very naturally in this game. Casey, yeah, we are, you know, I think we are in a good bracket today. I got August is fine. This guy is fine. I mean, these other guys, they are all not at past intro sprint, so it's going to be pretty soft. RPC Mastery, yeah. Module econ is very important. Oh, my wall just broke. Oh no. How did my wall break? I'm guessing because my black hole fell and then a ranged enemy shot me or something. I remember the old days when Green had to carry. What broke because I was in a menu. Shit. Okay, I should not do that. Huh? Okay, you know what? Before things get a bit dicey, I should probably use the washroom. So be right back, guys. Right, we are back. Oh, my wall broke again. Okay. DB Cooper, I think unlocking damage mastery is kind of okay even without the econ to level. Not ideal, of course. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing wrong with that. It's yeah. When I first unlocked my card masteries, I remember RPC mastery was the first one I unlocked, and I don't regret that. But then I think it was Black Friday packs. I got the Black Friday packs, and then I unlocked Damage Demon Mode Super Tower together. Together with Intro Sprint and Wave Accelerator. The problem was back then I didn't have the econ to lap all 5 masteries, so I ended up taking about 2.5 to 3 months to complete those 5 card masteries. And what would have been better would be for me to work on my econ and just unlock 1 card mastery at a time and complete that, then unlock the next one and so on. So that was the part which I regretted. Not so much like, should I just unlock it and leave it at base level? Yeah, the extra 40% damage helps. You get about like 20-30 more waves, maybe 50 waves in your tournaments. But where you really start seeing the benefit is once all 3 of those card masteries are almost done, and then suddenly you're getting like 700, 800, 900 waves in your tournaments, and keys and stuff become a bit better. So you want to, I would personally rather just take it slow at the start so that I can just push very quickly through that awkward phase of like bouncing between legends and champions. I think your code should be rank 1 tower. Yeah, Greeny can advertise it on his YouTube channel. You want a girlfriend? Let me tell you how to get a girlfriend in the tower. Well, in this game, you get 3 girlfriends every time you get first place in tournament. Look at me. I'm too busy for... I'm too busy having girlfriends. Farming girlfriends nowadays. Study, hello, how are you? You just joined as I got back. Hey, welcome to the stream. They said they would send emails out at the end of June or early July, I think. Intro Sprint and Wave Accelerator Plus, we really need to level. Yeah, the way I rationalized Intro Sprint was... So Intro Sprint is good when... By itself is good. It saves you about 2.5 hours of time. However, if your farming run is, let's say, you're doing 12-hour farm runs. Okay, so you do two runs a day. And if you don't have the auto restarts and stuff, Intro Sprint is probably less useful than say Wave Accelerator Mastery. Where Intro Sprint becomes very useful is if, let's say, your runs are 8 hours long. Okay, and each run now you save 2.5 hours. So your runs become, say, 6 hours long. And then what you can then do with Intro Sprint Mastery is, instead of doing 3 runs a day, you now get to do 4 runs a day, which I think fits around a schedule a lot better than something like a 12-hour run going down to a 10-hour run. To me, that was the primary benefit of having the Intro Sprint Mastery. Yeah, DB Cooper, exactly. I'm sure all of us went through that phase because of the power spike that card masteries afford. Bear in mind that back then, our coin multipliers were so much lower than what they currently are in today's gameplay. So back then I had like GT plus 10, and even then I was still struggling to find ways to afford more than 1 card mastery at a time for quite some time. And then eventually I got like Coin Plus, and I found that it allowed me to go from 2 masteries to 5 masteries. So the game has changed a lot recently, but then I think in the current state of the meta, or in the current state of the game, affording card masteries is not an indicator of how much econ you need. We need way more than just affording card masteries. But early game, yeah, your first goal would be to start affording card masteries, and then you just keep getting econ to the point where you can afford 1. Then you unlock 1 card mastery, and then you get more econ, and you progressively keep funneling your stones into econ, all the while making progress on your card masteries, and eventually you will get a well-rounded development. Oh, we are at 2500, so I need to, I guess, time my demon mode soon. Damage is getting a little bit low now. Can I actually hold it off? I probably shouldn't, because I'm expecting 2800 waves. 28 something waves. So once again, wait, let me pause the stream so my wall doesn't break and I don't die. So demon mode, we turn off the auto demon mode. nuke, we turn off the auto nuke, okay. And then we go. I went from doing decent to nearly getting displaced with 700 waves, getting 23rd. Study, are you using EHP build? Oh boy. There's a commander. I think we popped the demon mode here, right? I was supposed to use it anyway. So I think if you have damage demon mode super tower mastery, with a bit of echo, with a bit of this and that, getting to like 1000 waves shouldn't be very difficult. I got slow aura mastery as one of the last I meet, and it's crazy how cheap they are today without econ on steroids. Yeah, exactly, DB Cooper. Yeah. So where I'm at, the labs are really expensive, right? So like this last level is 3.6s of coin for one level of a lab. And you know, card masteries cost little Q coin. If card masteries cost little Q, the next ones would be like the S-mod related labs. Those things cost like big Q. Thereafter, it's going to cost up to S for your coins. So affording little Q labs should be relatively accessible. But people who, you know, I'm sure some people would be like, yeah, I just want to focus on my tournament performance and so on, and you will hit this glass ceiling very quickly. Because once card masteries are done, the power spike is gone. And that power spike that you no longer have, you need to make up for it from having good econ. Stones can only get you that far after the card mastery power spike, and things become a lot slower. Of course, EHP for life. Yeah, probably that's why I study. You probably want a bit more like well-rounded development. You know, EHP is viable. It's just you are gimping one entire aspect of your gameplay by not having the damage. And if people are investing in it, then you're progressively getting pushed further behind. So let's collect this. No damage, I refuse. Okay. Go ahead playing the game with 1 damage, study. You have to set your damage slider at like -28 one day. Oh wow, we have 37 people on the stream. Hello to everybody. I think this is like the most number of people on a stream I've ever had. And I'm actually very surprised that things are going so smoothly. I haven't increased my range yet. I should probably increase my range and shockwave size now. So let's bring the shockwave size to, let's say 2.2. Okay, and range we'll bring it to 60. Yeah. Pons, hello, how are you? Greetings from Germany, and yes, it's 4 a.m. Wow, go to bed, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, okay, we got rid of that overcharge. Oh, yeah, let's check out the damage at this stage. Smart missiles. Look at my inner landmine damage, guys. It's like 7x of my smart missiles right now. Chain lightning, it's like 5580. It's relative to poison swarm. Chain lightning damage is good, but then compared with smart missiles and inner landmine mines, I mean inner landmine damage is just stupid at this stage. And now we can see like the orbs, the death ray, electrons. They are all going to start outperforming my ultimate weapon damage. At the end of the day, I think with electrons, my combined ultimate weapon damage is probably like 1 or 2% of my damage throughput. This game is just stupid in that regard because of percent damage, right? If they nerf percent damage, then investing stones in ultimate weapon damage would actually feel a lot better. Casey, what if ILM gets nerfed from M+? Yeah, I mean, given how stupid the ILM damage is at this stage, they should probably nerf it. The game does a very bad job at getting people to experiment with different builds, or giving people the flexibility to choose different builds. Clouded, boom boom baby, yeah boy. You know, the only thing that is missing from this build is not having triple black hole, right? Because I'm using Harmony Conductor. But if I had triple black hole, I really have all the visuals in the game, right? We have Poison Swamp, we have Black Hole, we have a lot of smart missiles, we have inner landmine explosions, and so on and so forth. We got rid of that commander. Now it seems like my damage is still a bit high at this stage for the range that I am using. Uh-oh, there's gonna be a whole bunch of buff tanks. This is not good. I think we can get rid of them. We should have enough damage with the M-Pod and stuff. Yeah, okay, that wasn't too bad. They would have to do a stone respec feature for people to ever have the freedom to test, and yeah. Would you do a stone respec if it costs 1% of your lifetime stones? Absolutely, in a heartbeat. Hot take, if we can't ever redo stones, every single thing in the game should have a slider. Matt, I completely agree with that. There's a lot of things that would do well with a slider. Just because we upgraded something does not mean that we want to use it all the time. Yeah, that would be very nice if they could introduce that. 1% of lifetime stones each time you do an ultimate weapon or you do a stone respec. I don't know if I would do that, man. That's a lot of stones. That's like 2,000-ish stones. That's a few $100s right there, down the drain, because of a respec. Oh boy, another commander. Oh, thankfully we got a Death Defy there. Thankfully, there was a Death Defy. Now, it seems like around this 2600 region, there were a bunch of commanders in a row, and now my inner landmines are not really putting in much work because I'm still killing enemies a bit far out. So maybe in the second run, I should try to hold off on increasing my range till later on. I think that would be safer. So let me just check on this. Most people seem to think that ACP SD would do better. 60-40 split. 30 votes. Okay. That would be good if ACP SD is better. It would be nice to not have to use percent damage in my setup. I don't like the idea of percent damage. I'm not even sure what I would change if I respec stones. Maybe 1,000 stones into smart missiles I could put into S mods. Yeah, I don't think I would take up the stone respec. So, 1% of your lifetime stones, it's going to affect later game players more than earlier game players. Which potentially opens up a situation whereby early game players might end up doing stone respecs between farm runs and tournament runs, and I think that would be a huge waste of resources. Not that I would mind it, because it would just take longer for them to catch up, which means it could increase the probability of me going free to play. Throw out some misleading information to the community. Yes, stone respecs are amazing, guys. You should respec before every tournament. And that way they would, you would have to do 2 stone respecs twice a week. So there is 4 stone respecs. 4% of your lifetime stones would be used up every week, and it's going to compound over the course of a year. That's about 200% of your current lifetime stones. That would be awesome. This is the one of the lowest things that we could do, right? Kristen, are you here? If you're here, I think that would be right down your alley. That would be stuff that you would tell people to do. Yeah, you need to do a stone respec before every tournament. Oh no, another commander. This might be a problem. I think we might even lose second wind here. Let's just fire off the... let's fire off this. Oh, I got another Death Defy. Okay. I shouldn't have used my missile barrage then. Wow, so the 2600 region, it's all commanders. I see. Yeah, ACP would have been a lot better over there. Especially since I still have damage at this stage. But I'm sure the electron damage must have been very significant as well. Yeah, look at that. Smart missiles. I mean, it's still less than inner landmine, but it's not terrible, but 13 AE damage from electrons. Stone presets would be a overboard. I want OASD to do better. I just think ACP will be better. Maybe stuck in the old ways. Yeah, so it's good that we are doing this test. And what works for me might not necessarily be, oh no, the overcharge. Ah, damn it. This is second win. Surely. Oh no, we got it. Okay, okay. So it was annoying that the overcharge came from the opposite direction of my Thunderbolt there. You know, I think where I'm at, the results of this would be slightly different. I know in the past I had tried OASD versus ACP, but back then I was not able to make it out of intro sprint without space displacer damage. So clearly things have changed a lot since then. I'm wondering how, you know, given that now my damage is so low in the run, I'm hoping percent damage with control would be better than just having the flat out damage multiplier. It looks really nice on the screen. There's just so many things going on. It's a bit hard to see what's what at this stage. Treble, hello, how are you? My wife said she can't respect me unless I become an ultimate fighting champion. I'm 130 pounds. 50 years old. What do you think of my odds? Be honest. Well, Treble, rather than that, just change your wife. Rather than put yourself through that ordeal, change your wife. Yeah. You know, you should speak to Greenie. He will tell you how to get rank 1, and then you can get like 3 new girlfriends. If not all your eggs are in one basket, then losing one egg does not feel as bad. But please don't tell her that I told you that. I don't want you to be banned from the live stream once again. What's your life insurance to buy stone packs? Oh yeah, you know what, Trevor? This kind of question should be better posed to All Clouded. He would have good answers for stuff like this. She's paid up through 2028. Well then, do you want to live with disrespect in your life? Change wife like changing the car. Just fight her and winner takes all. Clouded throwing punches. I can imagine Clouded, you know, getting all Street Fighter. Take this Hadouken. Yoga fire. I mean, we actually almost made it to 2800 without our second win. I am actually very surprised by this because normally I lose my second win around like the 2600 region. It's probably just the extra ILM damage, honestly. My wife's tower is way stronger than mine. Really? Wait, is Greenie your wife? Oh man, another overcharge. Should I nuke this? I think we're just going to pop nuke. Oh, we death-defied. Oh, we got the overcharge. Nice. So this was a lucky death-defy. We luck-sacked a little bit there. But the 27 to 2800 region, yeah, perhaps 43.5 meter range is, maybe because of the percent damage that I'm doing with OA, tanks are much less of an issue. So I could technically have gotten away with just leaving my range as is. But for the Space Displacer run, I think, no, for the ACP run, I think we would probably keep the variables the same, right? So we, around the 2600 region, we switch the range up. What are the battle conditions this tournament? Should I open the menu? What if I, let me pause the game first. So there's enemy attack speed, plasma cannon resistance, tank ultimate, boss ultimate, mass enforcement, and energy shields down. Honestly, it's all just fleets that are the main issue at this stage. But we still have a nuke. That's good. And I believe demon mode would be up soon. Oh no, the ray shot me. Demon mode is up. Nice. So we have two defensives. What did this guy disable? Black hole. Okay, that's fine. Nice, so 2520, that was when I used my demon mode. We should try to remember that. Let me just pen it down somewhere. Open up my notepad. And so far, I mean, I'm very pleased with this run, honestly. The percent damage is very strong. I must have gotten a death defy. I actually have damage now. Let's check out this boss's stats. Yeah, see, level reduction is doing the most amount of work. Everything else is just like 0.1% of your damage. Now for me, at this stage, there is no way I'm tanking overcharge damage over here. It's probably because I haven't done my defense dissonant runs. But there is an overcharge. Wait. Let's pause this. Should I demon mode this? My wall just broke. I think we demon mode this. Because rays will start shooting me as well with this amount of damage that I have. So we demon mode this. And the overcharge would not be an issue. Thankfully as well, because my Thunderbolt was not affecting overcharge there. And so we might actually make it to 2900 with this setup. Yeah, the rays were firing off at me anyway. This is actually very, very satisfying to see. Not having to rely on the ACP damage. I have a lot more control from the Space Displacer. Like right now, this boss is just not moving at all. And the orbs get to do a lot of damage. Okay, another commander. I'm hoping I don't have to nuke this. There's no enemies within the commander now. That's good. Oh, there's a buff vampire. There's a buff ray and buff vampire. Now, in a situation like this, oh, I just lost an energy shield. So this could be nuke. Let's just wait. At least our smart missiles are connecting with this bunch of tanks. But I think the problem here is I can't kill the commander. And the thing is, my energy shield is almost up. So if I nuke now, I could actually save an energy shield charge. So I think we nuke this. Yeah, we nuked that. Which means that we should probably hit the 2900 region today. Nice. Nice. This will be new PB, I think. I don't think I've hit 2900 before. Oh, and we already had a Death Defy earlier. So we should be getting... I'm going to say the next fleet that comes. If it's not Saboteur, I'm dead. Which I think at 2900 we get a fleet. Isn't there like the extra fleet spawns or something? Hey, thanks for joining the streams, Study. All the best with your tournament. Yeah, okay, it's a Saboteur, that's awesome. There's an overcharge. Oh no. Okay, this is it. We died. 2912. I mean, this is new PB. Let's check out the stats. So now Chain Lightning did more than my Smart Missiles. But Inner Landmine is still the most damage. Electron damage is... Yeah, okay, so my total damage dealt is 748 AE. Between these three, 37, let's say 38 AE. 38 AE damage out of 748 AE, that's like 5%. Yeah, 5% of my damage came from ultimate weapons, the rest was just percent damage. Okay, nice. I think we are very safe in first place today, but let's test out the second build. Yeah, I didn't think that would happen with this build as well, Peter. It's a very nice surprise. So we go with primary ACP, assist Space Displacer for this run. We have our wall rebuild over here, and we have the double shockwave frequency substats. Yeah, okay, that was the only change that I was supposed to make, so let's go for the second run. We need to pull the orbs in once again. Let me record down the wave count. What was the wave count? 2912. Okay, so OA SD 2912 waves. Died to overcharge. ACP SD. We got to see what wave count we get there now. Oh yes, I need to do the black hole thing. So bots, turn off Thunderbot. Black hole at 17 seconds. No, at 13 seconds. Okay. Turn on Thunderbot here. Okay, and I guess for now it's just going to be a very long wait all the way to 2600 waves, 2500 waves. Treble says, why do I think missiles didn't do as much as Chain Lightning that run? Well, my Chain Lightning has 3 times the damage multiplier of my Smart Missiles. And I think when I increased the range, I was getting a lot more bullets. So probably that's why Chain Lightning was, the damage had some time to catch up. Thirdly, also, Smart Missiles need to connect all on the same target for it to do good damage. If it doesn't connect with the same enemy, we don't get very good amplification. Which is the, again, it goes back to my main issue with Smart Missiles. So the benefit of SD then is stunning enemies to take more electron hits. Yeah, and also inner landmine damage is very high. So now I am okay. Now based on that, right? Let's create a new poll. Let's create a new poll. I am quite certain that based on the previous run, OASD is going to do better than ACPSD for me. Because I had never gotten past like 2800 waves. 2900 waves before. So it's a new PB for me, and the battle conditions today are difficult with the increased attack speed and stuff. What would the new poll be? So start a poll. Wave count difference between OA SD versus ACP SD. Let's say more than 20 waves or less than 20 waves. I think 50 would be a bit big of a gap for me. So I think the gap will be less than 20 waves. But let's see what you guys think. I think the gap would be less than 20 waves. Or no, actually more than 20. Yeah, I think it will be less than 20 waves difference. Treble says, does anyone know if Black Hole Plus consume damage? I don't even know what consume does. Actually, now that I think about it, 20 waves is a bit small, right? So what would it be? It would be like 28.99, 2892 waves to 2932 waves. Yeah, probably it's going to be. It's probably going to be more than 20 waves, I think. If they are that close, it means the longer you go, the more OA and SD will pull it. Yeah, that's exactly what I think is happening, DB Cooper. If I'm able to get over that initial hump, which based on today, I apparently was able to get over it, to the point where damage becomes very irrelevant towards the end of the run, I think OA is going to start pulling ahead. But before we get there, assuming we are able to survive up to that point, that's fine. If we can't survive up to that point, then probably ACP SD would do better. Uh, 100 bases says, yeah, what I was thinking was that the CC plus % damage would be really strong. Add in Smite with the Pulsar Harvester development, and that would be really strong. Yeah. So I don't think having Smite is going to be a bad idea. Because it's % damage, it's another source of % damage. But man, I don't want to play with % damage. That's the annoying thing for me. I want having raw damage to be relevant, you know. Looking at the damage breakdown over here, I hate that % damage is doing 95% of my damage. And that's just coming from Black Hole, Electrons, and Orbs and Death Ray, right? All of that is like % damage stuff. It's doing most of my damage. Now, what do we need for Death Ray? We just need some gems to pull the card. What do we need for Orbs? Really, we just need gems to pull the card. Electrons, we need gems to pull the module. And the game is basically telling us that tens of thousands of stones that I invested into my ultimate weapons, it's basically useless in tournaments. Right, it's 5% of your overall damage. And of course, yes, you know, if I don't have any damage, I can't kill the enemies. That is true, I get that. But it just feels really sad that you spend thousands and thousands of dollars on stuff that does like 5% of your overall damage. I would want them to reduce these numbers over here and increase these numbers over here, right? To make it feel like, yeah, if I'm really wailing in this game, I can actually push ahead really far. I'm 4th right now in the Hey, wait. Let me take a picture of that. I need to take a screenshot of that. Where's Tower Tournament results? It's probably because I started the run so early in this tournament, right? I'm just slightly below. Oh, I'm right below Greeny. Yeah. Let's take a picture of this. We capture the live results. Where is Christian? Oh, Christian hasn't joined the tournament yet. Okay, so Ghetto got to 3151. I know Ghetto has a very strong chain lightning plus, so it's unsurprising that he would do better than me. I mean, he has more damage than me as well, right? But because damage gets scaled down and compressed down, I think previously I was getting like 150 waves less than Ghetto. It seems like I'm getting more than 150 waves less than him today. It's almost like more than 200 waves less than him, in fact. So I'm guessing it's the % damage things. Interesting. Greedy, you know what? It would be nice if I actually got above you. just if the tower low didn't update that quickly or something, you know. My position was one above you, another one for the memories. Smite takes away from the boom boom. Well, at some point, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I have my chain lightning visuals on, but it's just said that the state of the game is you don't need anything else except percent damage at this stage. Ultimates are not immune to black hole. They're immune to the black hole CC, but I think the black hole damage lab still affects them. If they turn smart missiles into percent damage, watch out. Ooh, maybe if Smart Missile Plus was percent damage, that would be a nice buff to it. But right, DB Cooper, Smart Missile has a quantity cap, sort of. So if Smart Missile Plus, if it could do something like what OA is doing, I think it would be strong. Yeah. More like thousands and thousands of USD or tens of thousands of AUD. Yeah, exactly, for what, 5% of the overall damage throughput. Nothing percent damage would destroy EHP players. I'll need to make some big changes. Yeah, Treble, and you know, just as I think that not everyone should be glass cannon, I don't think everyone should. You shouldn't pigeonhole yourself. It's just you should have a well-rounded development, and the person who has the more well-rounded development in their gameplay should do better. I think that would be good game design. After all of this being said, I still want some development into Smart Missile, and I've influenced it. 100 phases, oh no. It's very costly. It's a lot of stones. But the visuals look nice, right? Yeah, how much does Chain Lightning Plus? It's like 10,000-12,000 stones to unlock and max it out. I could have gotten a lot better performance if I did that instead of dumping into Smart Missiles. But then oh, and Casey, to answer your question earlier, I can't use Smite for farm. It's going to mess with coins way too much. Who was it? Treble. So nothing percent damage would destroy EHP players. As it is right now, my understanding is that if you're an EHP player, you can't farm tier 21 anyway. And the reason for that is, you know, a while back, I think the last video I uploaded, I said something like, I was telling the guy not to get Chain Lightning Plus, just get more Chain Lightning damage, get more Scatter Amp and stuff. Now, people who use EHP, they commented and they said, well, it is true, but Chain Lightning Plus is useful for dealing with the 3rd and 4th generation of Scatter enemies. Now, I understand that point. However, as you get higher up into your tiers, one of the battle conditions is armored battle condition, and in tier 21, the first 54 hits that you do on an enemy are soaked up by armor. So technically what that means is that your first, or your 54% of your Chain Lightning Plus is going to be useless. So now you have 46% at what is the breakpoint? Level 2, level 4 or something like that. You are not killing the enemy, you're not killing the scatters with your Chain Lightning Plus. You need to get like max level on your Chain Lightning Plus or something higher in order for it to destroy the 3rd and 4th generation scatters. But more importantly, if your concern is the 3rd and 4th generation scatters, it means that the 1st generation scatter, you're gonna take forever to kill it. And 1st and 2nd generation, right? You're gonna take a long time to kill those scatters, and it's going to mess with your coins. So rather than just dump early on into Chain Lightning Plus and have its benefits get reduced the longer you play this game, I think it's better to just go for a bit more well-rounded development. Unless you have something that you want to embrace the EHP playstyle, then yeah, by all means go ahead. But then when I was giving advice to the guy about doing better in tournament performance, I don't think Chain Lightning Plus is his route to go. It's not good for him to go down that route. Just max ILM Plus. Well, I hope they nerf ILM Plus as well, DB Cooper. They should nerf everything. They are already making damage so irrelevant at this stage, just nerf everything. It provides another 90% damage reduction through Chain Thunder. Yeah, I mean, you could just get more damage and still have that damage reduction. So EHP to me is the ability to survive enemy hits, right? EHP to me is not having 0 damage. That is a different thing, right? You have enough effective hit points to survive the enemy hits, and you can get that via many different ways, but that does not mean that you should not get any damage, to me. I thought the issue for EHP was commanders. There are many issues with an EHP setup. Not only if you're talking about farming, you need to kill enemies fast. If you can't kill enemies fast, you lose out on coins, because there is a coin decay for the longer enemies stay alive. So you get less efficiency. And since 99% of our game is farming, then you should make your farm runs efficient to inch out above people at your level. At least that's my take on this whole thing, right? Not saying that damage is like the only way to go, and in fact, if you run a glass cannon build, you'll realize that damage is secondary. The main source of damage mitigation that you're doing as a glass cannon is not necessarily killing enemies instantly, but you have to mitigate a lot of damage by stunning, by holding enemies back, and so on. And having more damage means you kill enemies faster, so more damage equals good. But you don't really need like excessive amounts of damage. You just need to kill enemies fast enough so that their coins don't decay, and then you'll be okay. I did a tier 14 farm run a while back. I think it was like last version or something, to illustrate this point. That even as a glass cannon build, people would say like, oh, you need damage to be glass cannon. Well, not really. Back in the day, very long time ago, before card masteries were a thing, there was this build called Op Thorns, and so the whole purpose of that build was to use ops to shred the boss, and then when the boss finally hits your wall, the thorns from your wall kills the boss. under that kind of build, back then we didn't have much damage. Orbs would take care of most of the enemy types. That was basically glass cannon back then, right? You didn't want to have a lot of health, because when the boss hits your wall, there is a chance for you to death defy, and that could extend your runs indefinitely. So that was like the original like glass cannon build. But even then we didn't have damage, so I would say you don't really need that much damage for glass cannon builds. These days it's a little bit different, because we need damage for elites, for fleets, especially as we move up into tiers with battle conditions. But even in tier 14, back then I had something like 10 million damage. Oh yeah, 10 million, which I'm sure a lot of people can achieve. 10 million damage. If you use that like Opton strategy with Space Displacer, you are still able to make it to 4500 tier 14. And granted, for me the stats is a lot lower than what someone else who tries to emulate it would be, because I have more ELS. But I hope it illustrates the point that it's the ELS and the damage, and the controls, more so than the damage number that you have. It seems I'm a type A player, the optimal path player, nothing wrong with that, but I would say most EHP players are type B. They want to do it their own way and don't need to be maxed on everything. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, So my video was just to, the guy had an issue. He wanted to move up into, get out of the Legends and Champions yo-yo stage. So my advice would be, don't pigeonhole yourself into one type of player. I think the problem with EHP is that the top end it falls apart. You can't farm tier 21 with EHP. Barely make it out of intro sprint. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised with that, because for me, DB Cooper, like, granted my EHP is not the best, but like wave 3-400, I'm losing my wall. It's like getting one shot by enemies anyway. By overcharge at that. So that is with like 4 point something health enhancements. It's getting one tapped at wave 500, so it's hard to use that build. In fact, like right now, the health investments that I have is just to, at least my wall can soak up a few hits during intro sprint to help me make it out of intro sprint, and then thereafter it's just RNG. And at some point, I hope in the next version, the update, I really hope that they make EHP stronger. I don't know what they can do to make it stronger. Maybe scale down enemy attack in our tier 21 runs or something, so that you can actually survive to like wave 4000 as EHP or something. That way you can actually farm tier 21 as EHP. Make EHP stronger so I can get more and attack this. Yeah, I think so, Casey. Right now I can't do the tier 21 attack and ultimate weapon. You know. EHP base you can build. EHP base you build can help with tank. Can help tank overcharge in tournaments, help with attack disco. I had to get the attack EHP. EHP master is just for this. Yeah, me too. There's a regen problem. But at least for me, right, DB Cooper, like I tried the EHP route for tier 19 ultimate weapon. Yeah, it was ultimate weapon. For me, it wasn't so much the regen. The regen was not an issue with second wind mastery. The issue is that at some point, like around 1500 waves, even with max damage reduction, so 98% defense, and because we don't have ultimate weapons, the only thing that I had to reduce my damage was the primordial collapse. Even that way, I still lose. Sorry, primordial collapse and flamebot, right? My wall still gets one hit. So, you know. No, I can't use primordial collapse because there is no black hole. I only had the flamebot damage reduction. Yeah. And as a result of that, my wall breaks around 1500 waves. So I can't get any further than that. Probably if we had like the maxed out health, then yeah, regen would be a little bit slow. But I for one think that you know, back in the day when I was farming as an EHP, tier 11 Oplus Devil and stuff, that kind of thing. I didn't like the end of the EHP runs where your wall fortification is just flying in and out. I think if you're meant to tank something, you should be able to tank the hits, and your wall health should be steadily going down, and steadily regenerating when there's no enemies hitting you. It shouldn't do that yo-yo thing. It didn't look very nice. And I think part of the issue is that there is that perk which increases your regen but reduces your health. That trade-off perk needs to change. You should still get the increased regen but without the health reduction. Because you couple that with the coin trade-off perk, it reduces your survivability by so much. And hello Graham, how are you? Angel mode to contrast demon mode. Maxwell, tell me more about this angel mode. What is it? If all damage ultimate weapons also had survivability, then every player would be forced to take every ultimate weapon, which would make Tech Tree more money. But boy, that is boring. We need more builds. Yeah. I think the pigeonhole right now is that you are always going to be using percent damage if you are a tournament focused player. The second problem is that if you're an EHP player, you can't farm tier 21. And that is a bigger problem than one might realize. And the major problem is that we get so much more module levels in tier 21 versus tier 20. I'll show my module. The shards per run, like, it's not even super high, right? But it's still a lot of shards each run. I'm getting something like 21,000 shards every day. That is like more than one module level, 1.8, 1.9 module levels where I'm at. You compare that with tier 20, it's like 50% of that amount. So the longer you hold off on farming tier 21, the more your module levels suffer. It's going to suffer by about one module level a day on average. Well, 0.75 modules a day, module levels a day, which is, it's going to stack up the longer you hold off. It's just like holding off on getting RPC mastery. By the way, I recently started your tier 21 farm setup. Wait, you know what my farm setup for tier 21 is, DB Cooper? What? I thought I was very harsh about it. Graham says, to be fair, regen is more limiting. The more limiting factor over health, and the trade-off card is a no-brainer because it's so good for EHP. Yeah, Graham. So, funnily enough, when I'm doing the attack dissonant run in tier 20 and tier 19, no, tier 20, I'm done with tier 19. For tier 20, taking the regen trade-off perk ends my run instantly because of how much enemy health the enemies have. Instead, what I have to do is I use negative mass projector to slow the enemies and reduce their damage, and I don't take the regen trade-off perk, so that my wall can actually soak some hits from enemies. So it changes based on which tier you are trying to EHP tank stuff. Again, that just means that we don't exactly need that much regen, right? Especially as the tiers move up, you actually have to gimp your regen in order to let your wall survive. And perhaps if one day I complete my defense dissonant runs, I can start taking that perk once again. But as of now, no, I can't survive. The perks are huge for regen, and we don't get those for tournaments. Yeah, we don't. But the perks are huge for damage as well, for spotlight bonus, for chain lightning damage and stuff. And we don't get those in tournaments as well. The perks are there to make our farm runs a bit easier. But man, I am so looking forward to a new tournament that is tier 21 plus. I want it to be such that, like, let's say Greeny is able to get to 1500 waves in the new tier. Again, and getting 100 waves in the new tier requires a lot of investment. If Greeny can only get to 1500 waves in the new tournament, I would love that. Because then all our tournaments would just be like 10-15 minutes. If Greeny gets 15 minutes, I get about 7 minutes. And then back to farming. And more importantly, back then when I was doing like the tournament playtesting videos, I was getting to about 1500 waves, 1700 waves in tournaments. It's very nice. You sit down, you focus for 15-20 minutes, and then you're done. and then you can go back to your farming. It allows you to test so many different builds. Like right now, I want to test this setup, and it's going to be like 4 or 5 hours long just to test this setup. I also am looking forward to me being in the tier 21 tournament. All this guy thinks about is coins. No, 100 bases. No, don't get me wrong. It's, let's say I want to test the setup. I have to carve up more than a quarter of my day just to do 2 runs to test. If the tournaments are like 15-20 minutes long, I carve up like 1/10 of my day. I can test like 4 or 5 builds, and then it actually feels fun that way, right? It's interactive. I try this build, it doesn't work, I go back to the drawing block, think a little bit, farm in the meantime, then I do another run, and see what works best for me. And it's going to be so dynamic based on the battle conditions, right? You want to squeeze out that last few waves here and there. Nothing you do would really change very much at the end of the day, but then you want to try out different builds, and you can test it out, and the build variance would matter a lot more at those low wave counts. At this stage, I don't really care much about coins anymore, at least until they include new enhancement levels. But I'm able to hit my labs. My enhancements are more or less done, and there's a few things left over here and there, but you might find it strange, but you go to tier, so getting from tier 1 to tier 20, it's all just ELS plus. The more ELS plus you get, the tiers become doable suddenly. And then you get to tier 20, and when I was in tier 20, my chain lightning, for instance, was at 798 multiplier. Moving from tier 20 to move up to tier 21 and farm it semi-consistently, I needed to bring this number up from 798 up to 3,300, right? So you pump in thousands and thousands of stones just to be able to gain like 400 or 500 waves in your farm run. So the incremental aspect of damage is there, right? You upgrade all of that damage just to get 400 or 500 more waves in tournaments. I wonder what they're going to do for coin sync next. That will not be too big of a power creep. Yeah, ridiculously expensive labs, ridiculously expensive enhancements. They do need to increase ELS. They also need to make fleets somewhat manageable. It's too much RNG at this stage. All the top players have more coins saved than they have invested in Workshop Plus. Yeah, DB Cooper, exactly. Clearly I'm not one of them. I'm still like getting coins at this stage. I still need coins for stuff. But I can envision a world where if they introduce, let's say, 10 new levels to ELS Plus and they made it really cheap, then all the top players are just going to get the new cap on day one. In order to prevent that from happening, they probably need the first level to cost like 100S, something like that, you know. if you made the number ridiculously stupid, like 100s, 200s, all the way to one big S for the last level, then yeah, you're gonna force people to just focus a lot on econ to get those ELS levels. Zeno, do I know if the attack chip can select the fleet to turn into a package or ally chip? I don't know how it works. I don't think they can convert fleets. I don't think they can. The attack chip cannot target fleets, as I understand it. So I don't see why the ally chip can. Yeah, it needs to be an insane sync, DB Cooper. I am looking forward to that. At the end of the day, every time a new sync or a new version comes in, it's all just about, yeah, we have to 10x the players' coins because those at the top have been already getting so much. Yeah. And I want labs to be, you know, I'm sure some people would disagree with this, especially if you are in the earlier game and you want to invest in like the end game content. The fact is, it is endgame content, right? So by the time you reach the stage where you can invest in it, coins would be less of an issue. But even then, I would like to see labs that cost an arm and a leg for me. Let me have to save up for like 1 week of farming just to be able to afford that lab. It will definitely slow down the pace of the game by a lot, which is good because then it gives people in the earlier game more time to catch up. You get more time to work on your earlier game stuff, and the marginal increases from one lab level to the next is actually a lot smaller than in that case, right? So if I had to save up 100s for one lab level, sure, you might not be able to afford it, but neither can I. The only difference is that you probably want to dedicate the next 4-5 months working on labs that you can afford, whereas I want to dedicate the next 4-5 months farming up enough coin to be able to afford these new labs. And at the end of the day, we are going to just be a couple of lab levels apart. So that would actually bring earlier game players closer to late game players. Let's see how I'm doing in the tower.lol now. I was 4th place before. I think now I'm 20th maybe. Oh yeah, I've dropped to position 9 now. Oh, I see a guildie that I did better than him. Okay, interesting. They would need to balance. They would need a balance where the super expensive lab would not give a ridiculous advantage either. Yeah. So DB Cooper, you know what I'm thinking about is something like give us 5 seconds of GT duration that start off at 100s. People will will need to save up for that labs, right? 100s in the current state is a lot. But right now, I think most people where I'm at are using only one GT cooldown substat, which means that even if we go boxed our GT duration, we have 1 second of downtime. So it would be nice to get that last 5 seconds or something. Let the total cost of that 5 laps be one big S, and don't inflate our coins any further. I think that will be fine. Yeah, like I save up 1 month to be able to do that 1 lap. Sure. One month for 1 second of GT duration. I don't mind it. I would do it. In fact, there will be more than 1 month. 100s is more than 1 month. I want incredibly expensive laps that are reasonably short to actually lap. Let me farm for like 2 weeks for the coin and it will only take 2 days. Yeah, exactly, Xenomorph. That is exactly how I feel. I hate saving for ages, then taking forever to lab it finally. Yeah. And you know, if that GT duration lab costs a lot of money, a lot of coin, but it's relatively cheap, I'm sure by the time most people save up for the lab, they are just going to gem rush it. You have already saved up for a month, you just gem rush the lab. It's not going to take many gems at all. And in the meantime, you get to work on all the earlier game labs, and some of the earlier game labs are so long. Yeah, super crit chance, super crit multiplier, they are not meant to be completed without spending gems. So I think they will just put there as placeholder levels. In future, if the developers want to raise the cap of super crit, for instance, they can then adjust those slabs down accordingly. Someone runs out of like, yeah, they would also have to introduce new labs that cost a lot. So I think stuff that deals with fleets, those labs can cost a long time, or take a long time, but then like there has to be expensive labs along the way as well. Now honestly, that 100s for 1 GT level, GT duration level, I'm sure most people in the earlier game would not even bother about that lab, and they wouldn't feel terribly set behind by not having that lab. But I know there would be people like Christian who well, man, I need to get that extra seconds of GT, that 5 seconds of GT duration. It's going to raise my coin by so much more, so I'm going to get it, you know. And everyone would be happy that way, because I am sure, like myself included, if I get that 1 second of GT duration, suddenly I see a bigger coin per minute, I'm happy. Right? And then people in the earlier game, yeah, it's just 1 second of GT duration, I don't care about that, I can get that via stones for now. Fleet labs would probably get to big S. Yeah, that would be nice. My point is, if they make the new labs cost a lot of coin, then you know, I can see why they won't want to do it, because if they did that, then people would stop spending money on gem packs to gem rush stuff. You just can't afford the labs. So, you know, it makes sense. But I think from a overall enjoyment of the game perspective, they should do that. Yeah, there we go. 1 second of GT duration is huge game changer. And you will see people in the end game just flexing, right? Like I've go boxed this lap because I can afford it. I feel like even with my econ at tier 20, the only lab that is out of reach is level 20 echo lab. At this point, I would rather focus damage than econ. Yeah, and that makes sense, Casey. So I have the gems to gem rush that last level. I have the coin to lab that lab as well, but because I don't need the econ, I've just not been gem rushing that lab. Even for the damage, right? Like I don't think I need the damage per se in tournaments, given how much my damage gets scaled down by. One thing to note, guys, we're at 2200 waves. Earlier, that overcharge that took a while to die. In the previous run, it took out 2 energy shields before it died. So this time round, it only took out my wall. As of now, we can see like the ACP build is of course better. Whether this will persist later on, it's still unclear. Casey, no, I did not buy gems. So as I mentioned earlier, someone was very nice yesterday. And I'm not sure who it was. It was an anonymous gift, but someone gifted me 5 galaxy packs. So I came back to collect my gems, and then I was like, what the hell happened here? Why do I have these gems? So whoever that was, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I would never buy 5 galaxy packs for myself. Mainly because I can't afford it. If I can, then yeah, I would. The way Tech Tree thinks, the next big thing will probably be lab. Spend a ridiculous amount to increase your other labs by... It will be a must-have. Lab. Can we get Lab Plus? It takes me 3.5 days of farming for level 20 dissonance. It's a slog, but I think I would do it. So that's like what, 1 S a day? Okay, yeah, fair enough. I heard from so to be fair, if we look at my run history, this is with like the level 19 dissonant runs. These are with the level 18 dissonant runs. There is no difference in the coin per hour at all. You know, still the same. Maybe I get up slightly more, but it really just depends on how far along in the tier I can get. With the ultimate weapon and attack dissonant runs, I gem rush 2 attack levels and 2 ultimate weapon levels, and that got me about a 300 to 400 wave increase in my tier 21 farm runs. So I guess those labs are like worth 100 levels each on average. I would say that is better than the dissonant bonus. I could get the last 6 seconds of GT duration with only level 20 echo out of reach. It just seems wasteful. I thought utility echo strong from 1 to 18. 19 was a big letdown. Yeah, it didn't do very much. But that being said, more is always better with this kind of thing. We spent this entire patch creating dissonance, so it only makes sense that they now make us spend the next patch getting everything back into harmony. You mean like the harmony vaults, or is that like a play on words, Treble? Now, what was it earlier? Did I use my demon mode around 2500? 2520, I think. That was when a commander came along. But I remember that there was like this whole bunch of commanders and overcharge along the 2600 region. I think I should keep the two runs as similar as possible. So I'm going to use my demon mode at 2520. Yeah, let's do that. Let's check out the damage at this stage. Previously, Chain Lightning was doing the least. Yeah, so it was doing the least. It's still doing the least now. We should expect Inner Landmines to skyrocket now, and then Chain Lightning to catch up with Smart Missiles. I'm curious what would happen later on. Would we see like a funnel of the electron damage into just Death Ray and Orbs, whereas this number stay about the same, given that it was only 5% of my damage? Wondering. Mixwell, tier 20 with 60 Q per hour here. Should finish the utility tab tomorrow and push attack plus to get more waves. Haven't started devoing yet. Scrap wave 6000 right now. Only 2 laps left in generator. Multiplier assist. Multiplier. Oh, Mixwell, that's like me. No, wait, hang on. Mine is the substat efficiency, so I had to lab in generator substats. I haven't done this lab yet, but I think the 0.24% ELS would be good. Oh damn it, I lost my wall and an energy shield. Oh, 2 energy shields. Come on, can we get rid of this overcharge? Okay, we got rid of it. Oh my. Metroid, my progress is unlimited now. Congratulations. How did I get 40k gems? It fell from the sky, Metroid. It literally fell from the sky. I bet it's all the rain dancing that JP has been doing. He's doing some voodoo stuff, Mr. JP. Let's see. So Maxwell, I'm curious about your tier 20. Are you not able to push tier 21 farming yet? If you are done with the utility tab tomorrow, maybe like in a week or so your attack enhancements would be at like the 4.3 4.4 region. I think you can possibly try tier 21 thereafter. And you still haven't started devoing yet, so that is fine. I don't think you need to devo much in tier 20. The only thing I devoed was bounce shot range back then. I think I just had max bounce shot targets and max bounce shot chance. Now it seems like most of the chat is thinking that it's more than 20 waves difference. I'm guessing most of the chat would be thinking that it is this setup is going to do more than 20 waves less than the previous setup because of the percent damage thing. Yeah, I guess that would make sense as well. Like it's probably what I'm expecting from this run. I'll probably get to like 2800 and not kill anything. My attack tab is around 3.7. Won't take long to push before I go to tier 21. Module farming, yeah. Yeah, good luck with tier 21 farming. If you can get past the intro sprint, get to like wave 3000 plus. And module farming was your priority, that would be fine. The module levels are very good in tier 21. But man, surviving intro sprint is just so difficult. I use bounce shot range 2, bounce shot targets 2. I only have chain lightning as damage. Two bounce shot. Oh, I don't know why this stupid. Now the next tournament, assuming OA and SD is the better of the two today, I guess for the next tournament it would have to be a test with ACP OA versus OA SD. And I really hope it's OA SD that does the best. Just because of the visuals. But, yeah. I'm hoping that will be the best setup. Pushing ELS with generator substat efficiency really helped me push to tier 21 farming. Max range with poison swarms. Yeah, DB. Yeah. The ELS means so much in tier 21 just because of how fast enemy health scales up by. Max range, max ops, poison swarm stun. Yeah, helps a lot with the op tagging as well. I remember when I did the tier 21, I first started tier 21 farming. I think around wave 3000 I was like, yeah, it's okay, I'm killing enemies pretty easily. And then suddenly wave 3500 I just couldn't kill anything anymore. And then I died very, very soon after. But even at that kind of wave count, Christian told me that it's worthwhile to just just make the switch and bite the short-term bullet. I decided not to do that. I went back down to tier 20 because I lost like 50% coin per hour and I felt really bad about it. But now in hindsight, I think it was not the right thing to do. If you could move up to tier 21, you should. Just because we don't really need coins that much. But the module levels really help out a lot with just progressing your wave count and stuff. I went from tier 27k to like 8k plus almost right away. Damn, Cooper, I think that's more wave count than I have in tier 20. I only do like 7,000 plus before. Yeah. So I was exactly in your position, DB Cooper. I think I felt that I needed the coins to, for whatever reason, it was my goal to go box the utility tab. And so I decided to stay in tier 20 for an extra like week or two. But looking back now, that 2 weeks in tier 20, it gives about a difference of 140,000 reroll die module shards, and that is 10 to 15 module levels. To me, I think the module levels would have made much more impact than losing the short-term coin. Is it worth losing coins to go to tier 20 from tier 19, or only when going to tier 21? I think it's worth it, Rubber. Tier 19 to tier 20 is also a big step up in your module levels, in your module shards. I would move up, and when I moved up from, so I in fact moved up from tier 18 to tier 20. I was trying experimenting with tier 19, and then I remember this one stream, Greenie and Christian both told me it's probably worth for me to just move to tier 20, and so I went up to tier 20. This was before dissonance were a thing, and then when dissonance came out, I went back down to tier 18, but only for like a week or two, and then I managed to move up to tier 20 very quickly once again. Now when I moved from tier 20 to tier 21, it was about between 40 to 50% fall in my coin per hour, and even then I think it's I think now looking back, experiencing a 50% fall in coin per hour is probably worth it. You get back the coin econ catches up very quickly once your module levels have time to catch up. Graham, yeah. So, okay. So, with coins, the first 1S of coins that you have, or let's say the first 5S of coins that you have is very useful, because that is going to get you your ELS plus completely go boxed, you can probably bring your attack tab to like 4.0, maybe slightly less, maybe 3.5. You can bring your op size to about 2.2. Thereafter, the value of coins diminishes quite a lot, and module levels would end up helping you with your tier progression a lot more than your coins. But at the end of the day, I'm like I like chasing the coins, right? So even though I had that 5 or 6S, and for all intents and purposes I could have reduced my emphasis on coins, I still wanted to go box my Cell Plus, my Coin Plus, my Free Upgrade Plus, before I felt like I don't need coins as much anymore. And so that mindset hindered my movement up to tier 21 by quite some time. 2 weeks of time. So 2 weeks of time would have been about 10-15 module levels, which means that my module levels would now be like 2 or 3 levels higher than they currently are. I tried the project funding farming thing for a bit. I kind of hated it. Yeah, it sucks using Singularity Harness and then moving to project funding. You just lose out so much coins, so much cells as a result. But at least for me, when I moved up to tier 21, I needed the project funding damage just to be able to make it to about wave 4000. And I was lucky in the sense that there was that project funding bug, so I could kind of get away with using Singularity Harness and Black Hole Digester in my farm runs and still have the damage. And then when the bug finally got patched, I think I only needed about a week with just project funding farming before I could just switch out to now use Harmony Conductor, to use Singularity Harness. I should date your wife. She only cares about coins. I don't know, Trevor, she sounds fierce. It's a shock to my system hearing an economist say money isn't that important. Well, yeah, Graham, in economics, money is fiat. So it's what the money can buy that is important, not so much the quantity of money. I made a choice to push pure econ once I got a comfortable tournament performance. It was a long Maxwell, did you find that your tournament ranking dropped a lot while you were focusing on econ? I would love more econ, but I think going more damage eventually gets me off tier 20 into tier 21. Yeah. Now I'm sure that now I've said this, right? That coin's not very important and blah blah blah. The game is going to reward me by saying by introducing more ELS levels that cost a bomb. And then econ is going to be important again, and then people will say like, oh my god, you see this guy, he said not to invest into econ, just go for more damage, and then now I get more damage, and then he's saying go for econ again. And I'm going to be under scrutiny once again. But if the game gives us more ELS levels, I think that would be top priority for me. Not even the coins, just more EOS levels first. Someone is going to clip this and make a video of it. No, because it was before S-Mods and the extra coin was going into Workshop Plus. Plus I had a knack for finding good brackets. Sometimes the nice, yeah. For me, when I focused onto econ, I noticed my tournament ranking dropped between second and third place to sometimes third and fourth place. It wasn't a major fall in my overall ranking as well, so I didn't really mind it. And then once I move out of econ into getting damage, you would start seeing like, oh, it's second and third place, and then nowadays it's between first and second place, because I've been just getting so much damage for the longest time. Yeah, Casey, they have to add more coin stuff for sure. For sure. It would be nice if they allowed us to convert coins into stones. Given how much... convert coin into medals, that would be even better. Given how limited medals are. Yeah. Maybe that will be the new coin thing, you know, instead of just getting more coins and labbing new labs or stuff, you farm coins to exchange it for medals and use the medals for spending. Medal cost reduction lab. Oh, that would be nice. Yeah. So essentially, if it's a 30% module cost reduction, that is 30% more module levels for us, huh? More Workshop Plus categories, lab speed, ultimate weapon stuff. Yeah. Maybe they could have a tab for ultimate weapons that you can just focus on labbing up or enhancing certain ultimate weapons, right? So if I wanted to play with smart missiles in tournaments, I could get my smart missile damage amplifier up by like 5x or something. It would have to be very expensive, otherwise it would be we would just funnel all our coins there and be done with it on day one. I went straight to 30%. It's like the module cost reduction lab, right? It's up to 30%. So yeah, if that was 30, I was using that as a ballpark. %, I mean, every bit helps, you know. 10% is, to me, 10,000 medals. That's a lot. Oh no, it seems I forgot to use my demon mode. Now, I can't use my demon mode now because there would be that... I needed to come off cooldown. Uh-oh. I guess the next fleet I use my demon mode then. Then, you know, if it comes off cooldown, great. If it doesn't, then... But I was supposed to keep them equal. And we are about to get into that phase where there's a lot of commanders and overcharge. So, I probably need the damage by now. I think it was 2880 that I used my demon mode. So 2580, we should have a fleet, and that fleet, whatever that fleet is, I will just use my demon mode there. Oh, it's overcharged. Okay, let's use it now. Just as well. We are overdue for a point. Yeah, travel. That would be, I would really like that. Because it would allow me to farm. So right now I'm trying to farm 43.5 meters. The problem is that I'm using Space Displacer for, you know, obvious reasons, right? Damage and control. But it's, the explosions are still too big. I have a black hole size substat road. Now that I'm on demon mode, I can show it to you guys. So I rode my magnetic hook for farming substats, and I rode in black hole size. The idea is that I can go with a lower range, and when my Space Displacers inner landmine stuns enemies, it's not going to stun enemies outside of my black hole. The problem is that in tier 21, the only two enemy types that are not affected by that would be basics and ranged enemies. Everything else has their ultimate conditions and stuff, and their elites or bosses and stuff, and so they keep getting stunned by my inner landmines, and they get stunned way beyond my orb line. And as a result of that, I end up losing coin per hour. It's about a 20% fall in coin per hour for me to switch to lower range. So if they had the Poison Swamp range adjuster, I could use my 98 meter range build at a lower range, and it would, oh no, there's an overcharge. Oh no, it's taken out too. Okay, we got rid of it. Now there's a commander. But yeah, I could use my lower range and still have the stuns on enemies, which should help with my coin per hour. Now, I'm not sure if it's just me, but it does feel like there's a lot more tanks on my screen now compared to the previous run. And it's due to the OA. As my damage is getting scaled down, tanks are living longer. I wonder when this will become an issue. Oh, yes, another thing I was supposed to do is to increase the range. I forgot about that. 2.2 and then 60 meters. Yep. Okay, so now the two builds are the same as each other. Let's check out the boss's damage and the overall damage. Level reduction is good. At this stage, inner landmine damage is still visible. Let's see the overall damage breakdown now. Chain lightning is, I guess chain lightning is now due to catch up because I've increased my range. IOM damage is already at AE. Okay. If you could shrink your poison swarm and keep stuns on for farming, the stuns are all inside your orbs. Yeah, that would be good. But with fast ultimate, enemies do move past my orb line very quickly. I think the space displacer stuns are are good, but a little bit too good, in my opinion. They need a slider on in a landmine explosion radius. If I could choose, I would like to equip the AoE card, but not have the radius increased for the inner landmine explosions. So I just benefit from the damage. I would max out the smart missile damage radius, but in a landmine radius I would try to keep it smaller. BD Legend, hello, how are you? Op Devil or Blender for farming nowadays? It depends if you want to play AFK or not. If you're AFK, then Op Devil is probably not a right strategy. It does give more coin though. AoE card should have a slider. Yeah, well, I'm not sure the AoE card should have a slider because I want the AoE effect on my smart missiles. I don't want it on my inner landmines. I would rather inner landmine radius, smart missile radius, poison swarm radius. They each have their own sliders. Yeah, everything should have a slider. More customizability. It would be nice if I could make the inner landmines about the same size as smart missiles. Maybe slightly bigger, just to stun bosses. Hey, I have a question on poison swarm. I can't seem to find an answer for it if you know. Does the multiplying damage from poison swarm ticks still accumulate or multiply armored? Yeah, I think it does. JGU. Oh, yeah, also Ryan. Hello, how are you? Yeah, I think it does because armored battle condition just basically blocks the damage completely. But the damage on poison swamp is increasing per tick. So yeah, I'm guessing it would still accumulate. Death Wave Slider. Yeah, Death Wave Slider will be good as well. I think the ability to adjust where your death wall comes out will be good. Don't we still need a Chronofield Slider? Yeah, I don't want to slow the enemies too much, huh? I just want like 20%, 50% slow in farm runs. XL Daily. Any advice on the chat to unlock tier 18? 24Q in workshop to spend. Yeah. Okay. Christian, hello. Welcome back. What can I do for you? You did it on the other stream and everyone loved it. Wait, you mean, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh, that one. Kristen, I'm just gonna put you on a timeout. Put user in timeout. There we go. What? Kristen, can you repeat yourself? What's happening? What did you say? What? Kristen, are you here? Well, I already timed him out. Oh, Kristen put himself on mute. Let's wait for him to get back and realize that he didn't switch off his mic or something. That he switched off his mic. Let's wait for him to realize that. XL Daily, I think with tier 18, it's all ELS, man. Just get more coin, put more coin into ELS plus, and eventually you will get to tier 18. YouTube is blocking your messages. Oh, I see. Kristen, you know what I thought you wanted me to do? I wouldn't have done that though. I thought you wanted me to play a specific song. I do not want to know what Kristen does during his timeout. You want that too? No, I can't do that. The singer is not here in the present. If he was here, yeah, I would do it. But I don't want to do it behind his back. This thing is really annoying. Oh well. My USB-C cable doesn't fit very well. To find out. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, I got the proper USB-C cable. So I'm going to end the stream after this run, I guess. The test today was between OA, SD, and SD ACP. This is the SD ACP run. Okay, we got that overcharge. Did we not? It's still here. Okay, we got it. The first run, Kristen, was pretty good. We got a new PB, 29 something. It was also around this time where I lost my demon mode. No, where I lost my second win. And then around the 28 something region, 2880, my demon mode came up just in time for the next activation. No, I'm not going to do another run for this tournament. What I'll do is the winner of this test, I will do it with ACP OA next tournament. and we assess what works best. That way, yeah. I can't do another run of tournaments now. It's draining my energy. This is already like 1/6 of the day just doing tournaments. Have you done your tournament, Kristen? Let's check out the guild chat that Kristen say he is going. No, apparently not. Oh no, another overcharge. Alright, we got it. Nice. I have missed hours of farm. Yeah, exactly, Rubber. It would have been the time that I had spent doing this 2 tournament runs. I could have gotten half an S. You want to bet on how long I can hold on to his 40,000 gems? Probably not very long travel. Oh no, another. Okay, nice. This overcharge is in a good position. At least it ended up in my Thunderbolt early on. So we might lose second wind here. I think it doesn't seem like it's dying. Oh, we got it. Nice. I didn't lose second wind there. So we are actually losing second wind later. Okay, that's good to know. 61 waves to demon mode. Refreshes. The ultimate weapon that deals the most damage is definitely ILM, man. Chain Lightning would catch up to my smart missiles, but ILM will do the most damage. I think ILM would end up doing something like 5 times my my Chain Lightning damage. Yeah, it's really good. IOM plus 4, 280x damage. After this tournament, I can get another two clicks into it. I really hope that the okay, whichever is the better of these 2 runs, I hope it does worse than OA ACP. Mainly because I've invested in my ILM and I don't want to not have to use, or I don't want to be unable to use SD. This might be second win here. Yep, that's second win. Okay. Yeah, the runs are looking pretty good today. I'm guessing it's all due to the space displacer damage. You know, if I did the OA one, and I ended up getting more waves with OA ACP, I don't think that would happen, mainly because all my damage is coming from SD. So OA can whittle down the enemies, but I still need to kill them somehow. We've got a good bracket today, Christian. It's like the next position 2 is like 2.2k. Yeah, demon mode's almost back up. And if I remember correctly, there's going to be a commander. We might be ending up with a better performance this run than the previous one. I would also have to compare the death defies and stuff. I think earlier I got a few lucky death defies. I'm interested to see the damage. Current level 2192. Health current level 560. Oh my goodness. Black hole is ruining space displacer for me. So I should switch off my black hole? Should I just turn it off now, Christian? Oh, okay. The commander's here. No. Hang on. Let me pause this. I think earlier I nuked this commander, but now I demon mode this commander. Should I try my luck and see if I can get away without demon mode? Let's see if I can get away without it. I don't think so, because that ray is probably going to spin. Yeah, okay. So I don't think I could. So let's just pop the demon mode now. Yeah, that ray is starting to spin. So now we can send it. Yeah, this vampire would have gotten me anyway. Oh no, maybe even with all of this damage we are not. Or with the entire duration of the demon mode, I might not be able to get rid of the vampire and the ray. Christian, why is black hole ruining my space displacer? Because of protectors? Now, if I remember correctly, the next fleet is going to be a saboteur, and then we get an overcharge that kills me. So, when that overcharge comes, I should nuke it. And then that would mean that this setup is better. ACPSD. Okay, that's the Saboteur. What did it remove? Poison Soul. Oh no. There's 2 Saboteurs. Oh no. Black Hole as well. Okay, it died. So 100 bases, I think the issue is that with protectors living quite a long time inside my black hole, my ops can't kill the basic enemy types. So if I don't have black hole active, my ops can sort of get rid of the fast and ranged and basic enemies and get more landmine procs that way, so I can get more space displacer mines going. No, I thought there was supposed to be an overcharge. Oh, the ray fired off on me. I'm guessing that overcharge was replaced by this Saboteur because of the fleet spawns from various waves. That's why I had that double Saboteur earlier. Another Saboteur. Okay. What did it disable? Disabled smart missiles. Oh man. Okay, we got rid of it. Nice. This ray is spinning. It's fired off. It's within the protector. Nice, that was a miss. Now I should probably lower the game speed here. Since it's like PB, we should... So this is already doing better. We should just try to push the wave count now. We go for lower game speed. Maybe we can hit 3k, guys. Can I hit 3000? Am I dreaming too big? It's already doing more than 20 waves difference. Okay, so it's completely not what I expected. I expected to do less than 20 wave difference, and this build would do worse. It seems like this build is doing better and it's already more than 20 wave difference. I get to continue boom boom, yeah boy. Kristen, not okay there. Deleted the message. Don't be mean, Kristen. Only I get to delete messages. Death-defy? Oh, nice, Death-defy. Alright, alright. We live. We continue living. .41 AE. Mecca. Oh, thank you very much for that. No, it's my pleasure to do this. It's exciting for me as well. Imagine if I was doing it all by myself. It would be really boring. No, don't support him. I won't allow it. Wait, Kristen, do you think you would be able to beat this wave count with your farming setup? I hope I hit my little toe. This guy, so much anger. Christian disappeared for a while and then he came back with a vengeance. Maybe not, depends on Death-defy. That's true, yeah. There's a lot of Death-defy RNG at this stage. It would have been fun if we competed today. Change chat. Live chat. Okay. Oh, okay. There's a commander. Should I just nuke this guy? I think I nuke this guy, so I don't have to deal with it. Right? Let's nuke it, and then maybe we can get to 3,000. Okay, we can increase the game speed for a little while now. Come on guys, are we going to break 3k in Legends today? Is today going to be the day? Can I do it? It's just 28 more waves. Let's go, 3k. 3k. Yeah, we gotta bob the builder this shit now, right? 29.95. is Saboteur with wave skip. No clue if wave skip changes it or not. Okay, okay. Saboteur is good. Saboteur is good. We also have the Nuke Mastery on Rays now. So Rays would be less dangerous. Oh, my hands are a little bit shaky at the moment. Feels a little bit cold now. I haven't felt excited about this game for quite some time. Nice, nice. Okay, we lost our wall there from the ray. Now we need to survive 20 waves. Maybe lower the game speed since I took a hit from the ray. It's only my ice cold heart. You presume to know my heart now, Kristen. Okay, we are getting some good amplification. The import. Now what I'm worried about is this ray here. So now that my smart missiles are connecting with it. Okay, we got rid of it, nice. Go little sperm whale, go. Come back to me. What are you talking about, Clouded? Clouded has taken it upon himself to make me his bitch. Okay, see over there, I can tell that Ryan's a little spoon. Oh my goodness. Okay, at this stage, wait, I'm pausing the game first. I want to see. I'm at 80 on my health. I've got 800 billion health. Damage, I'm at 1856. Okay. Yeah, so indeed, health drops a lot faster than damage. I have never felt so alive. Okay, let's check out this boss's damage. Level reduction did most of it. Level reduction and ops. Inner landmines and smart missiles connected quite a few times with it. But even then the damage is very minimal at this stage. Clouded, my attack speed 100-ish, 120. We still have our missile barrage, which I don't know when I would use it. Maybe on the Saboteur. I don't think we need it for the Saboteur. Bounce shot chance about 91%. Rub Clouded's head for good luck. What labs am I? Wait, I will show the labs after this run. I don't want to die now. Tank Ultimate, I've completed the lab. I completed the lab before doing the tournament. I would be feeling alive too if someone gave me. Yeah. We know who gifted the gems now. Who was it? Please let me know who gifted the gems. I would like to thank them. So much anger to hide his gift of love. Was it you, Kristen? Pretty sure it was my... Thanks, Mrs. Treble. No, Casey, I did not buy the gems for myself, no. I wish I could afford that. Yeah, free to play life sucks, Maka. Yeah. I would buy the stone packs, gem packs. After buying stone packs, no, I don't think I could afford that. It would be nice if I could though. I would gem rush a lot of labs. Come on, come on. $29.95 is a saboteur. Now this is a problem. I don't want these tanks to bust my wall. Then the saboteur comes and ends my run because it disables chrono field or spotlight or something like that, and yeah, I don't want that to happen. Oh no, what is going to be disabled? Shit, chrono field got disabled. Let's fire this. No. I don't want... Die, saboteur, die. No. This is a very sad way to die, guys. Shit. No. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. No. Oh, okay, the boss killed itself. My chrono field is still disabled. Okay, that whole clump of enemies died. Now, come on. 3 more waves. Don't do this to me. No. Ah, Greeny. The saboteur, man. Okay, we got rid of it. Oh my goodness. Ah, damn it. Okay. We are making it to 3,000 now. Fuck. Shit. I spoke too soon, guys. I said we're making it to 3,000 and we died. Ah, Jesus, man. Ah. Damn it. Okay. Anyway, we got what we needed to know out of this. We got what we needed to know out of this. SD, ACP still beats OA, SD. Now, let's look at the damage breakdown. I mean, the damage is amazing, right? Like, inner landmines really carried the damage there. Now this is 2,340 AEs, and my total damage is 170, 186, 188 out of 2,300. That's even less than 5%. So as usual, I think all the damage that was gained was just dealt by a combination of orbs and death ray. Yeah, this accounted for like, these two just accounted for like about 90% of my damage there. Yeah, Blue Man, you know exactly what I said, man. Saboteurs just just disabled. That Saboteur ended my run because it took out the 2 energy shields that I had because of that boss. It could have disabled, like, I don't know, disabled Chain Lightning for all I care. It disabled Chrono Field. That was rough. 2-wave shot. This is my dissonant run all over again, guys. This is my dissonant run, right? This is this run. This run here. Damn it. This game. I hate this game. The game hates me, man. What is this? Tower. You know, maybe if I had collected this during the run, I could have killed that Saboteur a little bit faster. Nah, I'm not. Who am I kidding? I just died. Rob, yeah, it was Pulsar Harvester. So this was the setup. This is the better setup. At the end of the day, the 25x damage beats the percent damage. So yeah, there we go, there we go. Maybe with any luck, next tournament we break 3k. Next tournament we break 3k. Yeah, that would be the plan. Hopefully next tournament is not Fast Ultimate. Yeah. That was such an epic fail, man. Alright. Let's switch all of this back to my farming setup and get started with a farming run. The depression. Wait, before I do that, I need to respec this. Let's see, what do I get here? I think bigger orbs would be good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not like I need the coins for anything now. I guess we go fetch and summon. I can upgrade my scout, get a bit more cooldown. Bots, we go back to farming setup. We got some medals. I guess we get this. Okay, 6 quantity. Nice. What else did I need to change? I remember I needed to change something. I think it's my shockwave size. Yeah, this is too large. One more. Okay, so 2.65, 98 meters. Start the farm run, adjust my orbs. Okay, let me just check the stats. Okay, so clearly we did more than 20 waves better. I want to see the number of death defies and account for that. Because I remember getting quite a fair bit of death defies in the first run today. Okay, where do I see death defies? Death defies, 6 death defies, okay. 5 death, about the same amount of death defies. Hits absorbed by energy shield 11. Also 11 over here. Projectile counts 2.79. And then, wow, between, in just that like couple of 100 waves, no, that like 80 waves, the projectile count changed by so much. From 2.79 million to 4.08 million. Wow. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, let's get rid of this failed run. Yeah, okay, all sorted. I think I missed an overcharge to end my run, unlike the other run. Yeah, the other run was overcharged that killed me, but this one was this, you know, it was a raid that killed me, but it was because the saboteur disabled my chrono field. That was rough. And thank you very much, Maka. Steve-O, hello, how are you? My wife is significantly less attracted to you after that run. Yeah, I try to do what I can, Treble. You know, less attraction for me means more attraction for you. That's a good thing. This needs to be made into a shot. Can't remember the ending to a tournament being this good. I mean, it was funny. It was funny. I'll give it that. Like, my hubris got the better of me once again. This game has a knack for reminding me that every time I make a prediction, I am wrong, right? Oh well, anyway, I guess it's time to wrap up the stream for today. So thank you all for joining. All the best in your tournament runs. So just to wrap up, we did two test runs today. ACP OA for the first run. The second run was SD ACP. My prediction was that the first run would do better, but it turns out that I was wrong. My second prediction was that the first run would do better by less than 20 waves. That was also wrong. And we missed getting 3000 waves in tier 21 in tier 17 plus by 2 waves. So that is the hope for the next tournament. We shall try to break that barrier. But thank you all for joining the stream, and all the best in your tournaments, and I'll catch you guys in the next